Welcome everybody to beautiful Lombard, Illinois. We are presenting the USAPL Masters Nationals today, here presented by A7. My name is Tong Hong. I'm a competitor, coach, referee, and volunteer, and we're going to be bringing you action this entire week. Now, if you're not familiar with the setup of this event, we are going to start this week off with Masters Nationals. Masters lifters are some of our most passionate and dedicated lifters, and they're some of the most inspirational as well, on top of being some of the strongest human beings in the world. After that, we'll sprinkle in our youth lifters, and then all of our other age groups, concluding with the open. That will be the entire week. So from today until Sunday, you're going to get action every single hour of every day, just about. So we're going to get ready here soon. The lifters are going to take the platform soon. A lot of times, starting off on the first lift of the meet, you don't necessarily want to rush into it. You want to make sure that you have enough time, enough space to make sure you're feeling just as you do at home. We've got Tracy on platform 3. Gonna start with 75 kilos. Okay, and Tammy on platform 4 as well with 50 kilos. Alright, so looks like a good squat from Tammy. Now, if you look earlier, Tracy got a red light on the red side, and that was a red card for depth. So when you're competing in powerlifting, and you do the squat, your hips have to reach below the knee level. There's a lot of wording around how that works, but if you're at home, you just look at where their hip crease is, where you think it is, and expect to see that below the knee level. These are national level lifters, and so I'm sure a lot of these lifters, a lot of them have been lifting for a long time. A lot of them are new and fast learners, fast adapters. But the rules here at Nationals, they will be very strict by the book, and hopefully consistent. We strive to do that in this federation. Okay, you just saw on platform 3, Beverly missed her squat. I believe that was 2 reds on depth as well. Might have been a yellow card for a command. She's going to get 3 attempts. Every single time you guys see a lift, they get 3 attempts. Again, with squat, sometimes these lifters, they can have a really good prep. They can feel pretty good, but just that first lift of the meet, it just feels a lot different than everything else. Once you get your first lift and you're in the meet, a lot of lifters are able to calm down, give themselves a lot of space and a lot of ability to focus, and the meet kind of takes off from there. So we'll be looking for Beverly to come back on platform 3. Okay, on platform 3 right now, we have Jamie taking 100 kilos and Maribeth on platform 4.
These are the master lifters.
Okay, very nice squat by Jamie. And nice as well on platform 4. Again, you'll see these platforms get loaded, and lifters are just taking a couple seconds to make sure they're set. They've got their chalk. They've got whatever pump up they might need from their coach, any last cues, anything to focus on, and they'll take the platform at their own speed. I think a lot of times in these meets, it's easy to feel rushed. It's easy to get excited and feel like you have to go take the platform, but you know, as dangerous as it may seem to risk it in any way or form, 60 seconds is a long amount of time. More than adequate amount of time for you to get on the platform and feel comfortable. So, good squat by Jamie there. We're gonna see. One thing I want you guys to look out for during this meet is, you know, these longer leg lifters. Just leverage-wise, it can be a bit harder for them to, you know, get their hip crease underneath that knee level. A lot of times this corresponds though. A lot of these lifters have great deadlifts. They're just able to, you know, lever themselves against the weight a little bit better. So great job earlier by Jamie on platform 3. We've got Sarah on platform 3 right now. 102.5 kilos. That's 225 pounds for you. For those of you at home, if you're at a regular gym, that is 2 plates. And again, these are masters lifters, so the youngest age group that you will see today is going to be a lifter that is 40 years old. So that's Masters 1. If you're at home and you are supporting one of these lifters and you don't know what those designations mean, we start at M1, which is Masters 1, and we go all the way up to M4. You just have to add 10 years into each level. So if M1, we start from 40 to 49, M2 is 50 to 59, and so on and so forth until we get to M4, which is 70 plus. Okay. Great squat by Megan on platform 3.
3 leg lights. Here comes Kelly Torres on 3. Jody Funk on 4.
And one thing you're going to notice here is you have our spotters and loaders. That is the volunteers wearing pink today. Everyone is gathered here. These meets don't really run well without volunteers. And as someone in the federation, someone who's in the sport who tries to take on every role he can, I think these are the most important people at meets. Debatably more than the lifters. They make sure everyone is safe, and it's a lot easier to do your best when you have the comfort knowing that there's people to support you and to make sure you're safe. Okay. Good lifts by Jody and Kelly. One thing I will say as well, if you're watching at home and you're trying to perform a little mental analysis of your own, you really got to think about how fast these lifts are moving when they come out and open. A lot of times the goal of that opening lift is really just to put something on the board. In powerlifting, if you don't have at least one lift in every single one of the... Sorry, if you don't have one completed attempt in every single one of the lifts, you bomb out, right? So the goal of powerlifting is to post a total between the 3 lifts, and if you don't have a completed attempt in each of the lifts, obviously, logically, you can't make that total. And so the thing I noticed with squat is, you do want it to be lighter, you do want it to move easier, but again, at a national meet like this, especially these ladies these are the first lifters of the entire weekend. This venue has not been used, people have not been in the seats, the energy hasn't been here all weekend, there's nothing for them to refer to. These are genuinely the first lifters who are, breaking open this national meet, and so sometimes the nerves and the comfort, they can kind of overtake, the sort of natural lifting ability or the effects of their prep, whether good or bad. And so, some of these might move, slower than expected, but don't be shocked if you see these ladies come out for their second attempts and it moves better. On platform 3 here, we're getting towards the end of the flight. We've got Stephanie with 117.5 kilos. Good, nice squat. A nice squat by Samantha on platform 4 as well. I think those will be good lifts. Okay, so you're going to get the depth card there for Samantha on platform 4. Again, with the longer legged lifters, especially from the front judge, if you're not familiar with the powerlifting competitions, the middle judge is going to be right head up in front of the lifter, and then the 2 side judges will be, about 90 degrees off to the side as well. Sometimes they can be a little bit diagonal. But the goal here is to make sure that you have every vantage point of the lifter, and sometimes you can get a little bit of a different view that gives you a better ability to make the right decision as a ref in a different position. And so we just want to make sure we cover our bases. Okay, we are at the last squat on platform 3. We got Megan Valentine. Beautiful squat. Okay, and I believe that'll be a good squat for Lily as well. So, if you're watching for the first time at home, the way this works is we run in flights. So every single person in a flight will do their attempts, and we ascend by the loading of the weight. Once everyone's first attempts are done, everyone comes back out for their second attempts, and then third attempts, and then we change lifts. And so when you get a flight like on platform 3 here, which if I, by my count, is... it's about 12 lifters. Now 12 lifters is usually the goal number in a flight. Sometimes, in later sessions, we'll see anywhere from, it could come down a couple lifters. And depending on how strong people are, how well they're feeling, these things make a lot of difference because that's your rest time, right? So if you imagine every single person is about 45 seconds to a minute, that's 10 minutes rest in between lifts, which I believe if you're training correctly, that shouldn't really impact you, but sometimes people need a little extra time for the nerves to feel settled in. We just saw Tracy on platform 1 miss her her second attempt. I'm gonna check here to see what the ruling was on that, but we saw Beverly though. I think that's gonna be a good lift. Oh no. Okay, so blue cards. So the most likely thing with a blue card is this is going to be about the almost the quality of the execution, right? So that's your knees being able to lock out on squat. That's the bar path, so you're not moving the bar irregularly while you're lifting, and you're not bouncing. So I think what happened there with Beverly is that her knees weren't completely locked out. I could be wrong, but she did get blue cards. Now this means she has missed her first 2 attempts. It's going to be imperative for her, entire week for her to come back and get this third attempt. I'm going to assume she's going to retake that weight. It looks like it's a weight she can handle, but again, missing your first 2 attempts of the meet can be a very hard position to be in. And so, she'll go back, meet with her coach, see if there's anything that they can address immediately. But a lot of times when you're in this situation, you want to just do your best to lift the same way. If it's a very small detail, focus just on that detail. But if you try to change too much, I think it can hurt more than it can help. And we're at the end on platform 4 here. We got Aaron taking 145 kilos. That is 325 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. And Jamie with 105 on platform 3. Okay, 2 good squats. You love to see that. So on platform 4, everyone's gotten their opener. Everyone's in the meet. On platform 3, we're still waiting on Beverly. Rooting for her to get this third squat. It can be very heartbreaking to spend the time training for this kind of competition and to just miss out on technicalities, right? But that's part of the sport. It's part of the standard. We make sure everyone lifts to the standard. That way we can compare and compete. And again, I think Beverly's been able to handle this weight very well. It's very small details that really matter at a national meet. So we've got Jamie on platform 3 taking 107.5 kilos. Okay, wow. So misses on strength there. Tammy on platform 4 taking 55 kilos. So with Jamie right there missing on 107.5 kilos, like I said earlier with some of the difficulties that longer leg squatters can have, it's very possible, just based on how well her opener moved, you could kind of deem that a misgroove. Now, I don't personally like the language regarding misgrooves by lifters. I think they misunderstand what that can mean, but when you're trying to hit a very specific mark as a lifter, mainly depth, you do have to sort of move your body in a way that might not feel like a natural squat pattern, and so sometimes you can just mismanage your center of mass, and for a lot of lifters that can be enough to mess up the weight that they can handle, right? So again, her opener moved pretty well. Her second attempt didn't seem like it was hard to control, and so we hope to see her get that back on her third attempt. And Joyce with 82.5 kilos on platform 4. Overall, platform 4 is moving very smoothly. And a good squat by Megan there. That was a bit hard for a second attempt. We'll see what they elect to do on the third. Now, when you're at these meets, there's a lot of different ways you can conceptualize your attempt sheet and plan it out. If you're competing, there's certain marks you want to hit relative to the competition and what total you think you're going to need, as well as every lifter having different strengths and weaknesses as far as which lifts are better for them and then which are better for others. A lot of times, lifters can elect to take a heavier second attempt. The benefit of this is that by getting closer to that ceiling of where your top end strength is, you have a clearer picture. The only thing that can be kind of finicky and risky about this is, of course, missing is one. The second thing is if the lifter is going to get fatigued at all from having to take a harder lift. And so there's a lot of different theories, and you're going to see all of them put to the test this week. Okay, so after a string of misses on platform 3, we've got a string of makes. So we're going to move on to 122.5 with Antoinette. And we've got Janice on platform 4 as well.
Here comes Antoinette on platform 3. This is Antoinette.
Okay, great squat by Janice. Let's see what the refs think. Okay, 3 white lights. Again, very, very smooth by platform 4. Okay, it looked like a strong squat by Antoinette, and that's 3 white lights. The refs think the same as well. One thing I forgot to mention at the top of the broadcast, everyone on your screen right now in this flight is a 60-kilo lifter, and so all of these ladies, or apologies, 56 and 60-kilo lifters. So you'll see on your screen right there by their name tag, you're going to see their weight class. All those ladies are competing against each other. Obviously, they will also deviate and stratify by age division, which I don't believe we have on the screen right now, but I will make sure to track that as we go. We've got Jennifer taking her second attempt here. Okay, very narrow squat stance. See what the refs think. Okay, Stephanie on platform 3 as well. Okay, certainly deep enough, but definitely a grind there. We'll see how they approach this third attempt. Again, it can be good to have the information, the clarity on what you think the top end is after a heavier second, but you don't want to run out of room on the runway. Now, say, for example, you take a heavy second attempt, lifters can elect to forego their third attempt. A lot of times lifters will, just write this out in their strategy. They'll take one opening attempt to get something on the board, and they'll take their real, 1 rep max attempt on the second attempt. So, good squat by Jody there. And part of the reason why it's so dangerous to, quote unquote, run out of runway when you're lifting, unless these ladies are breaking an American record, they're only allowed to move up. They have to move up by a minimum of 2.5 kilos. If you look at the amount of weight these ladies are doing, it's sort of spread across and around 100 kilos. Usually with these attempts, lifters are opting for 3.5 to 5% jumps. If you go up if you have to go up 2.5 kilos, 5 kilos, that is quite a big jump. When you need to make a smaller jump. So unless you're going for an American record, you're kind of pigeonholed into a very small list of decisions. And if you take a really heavy second, you really only have 2, right? Which is to take 2.5, or for you to just scratch the third attempt. Okay, so I don't think that was depth for Tracy. Luckily, she got her opening attempt. Again, nerves are at play. But getting an attempt on the board, especially the first one, it can really just unlock your entire day. So we've got Beverly on platform 3. Really got to get behind her here. She's had the strength both times. The first attempt it was depth, and then the second time I believe it was soft knees. Again, really small details, but she has the strength for this. There we go. Work out the knees. I think that was good. We go, 3 white lights. She's in the meat. We've got Lily taking the platform on platform 4. Again, not a miss yet on this platform. Hopefully I didn't just jinx her there. But I'm confident this will be a good lift for her. Okay, and we've got Jamie again on platform 3. Earlier it looked like a bit of a misgroove. A misgroove, for those of you who don't power lift, that's just basically an error in technique when you're performing the lift. And that's a good lift again on platform 4. Okay, Jamie gets up. Again, with the longer leg lifters, you're going to want to see if that was depth. Yeah, and that was a little bit high. So luckily she got her opening attempt. At worst, she missed out on 5 kilos there. Again, I think she just, small mismanagement in the technique, the center of mass on the second attempt. Yo, and a good lift on platform 4. A lot of these times, you might walk away disappointed with these lifts, but honestly, if you had to choose between, getting everything technically right and missing out on strength and grinding out a hard lift versus, performing a lift that you can control and you can do, just maybe not to the standard, I'd rather have that because, all of these lifts today, squat, bench, and deadlift, they matter for these people's totals, right, for these competitors' totals. You don't want to tax your body and your nervous system by taking a heavy lift that's not going to count for anything, right? There's still a lot more lifts to go. Maybe you don't have the squat session you want, but, 6 more lifts after the squat session, and that can really change your day. And vice versa as well, Good lift by Sarah. And I believe a good lift by Cheryl. 3 white lights. But yeah, as I was saying, you can have the meat of your life, and sometimes, lifters will fixate on missing, their last deadlift or having a poor third bench. And so, a lot of the way lifters come away from their from the competitions and how they feel about what they achieved, it can be very specific things, such as missing a very specific lift. And so some lifters, they might miss a squat and it might really, hurt their goals for the meet. Others, a lot, everyone has their favorite lifts. Others may not care too much. And so we got Jamie here on her 3rd squat. And I think it's going to be good. The left side looked a little higher, and the refs disagree, and they gave her 3 white lights, so that's amazing. Again, so we are moving on to 3rd attempts here on platform 4. Again, not a single miss yet, and hopefully I don't jinx them by saying that, but these ladies have been clean all day. Okay, and we've got Megan coming out on platform 3. She's been squatting very well, so from the jump, I think she's just a bit of a slower squatter. Some people are a little bit more explosive, have a little bit more velocity in their lifts, so it can be hard to judge how well something's moving for someone versus another person. 5 kilos is a decent jump for where she's been at, but I think this should be a good attempt for her. Let's see. She's up. Okay, great lift. Let's see what the refs think. 3 white lights. Congrats. I think that's going to be a good lift by Tammy as well. Okay. So that's our first miss on platform 4. I apologize if I might have jinxed you. Again, 2 red lights. That means she missed on depth. Her hips were not below the knee level. We're looking for that knee, or hip crease to be below the knee level. At a competition like this, it can be, a discussion of a few millimeters, a few centimeters, and so, luckily she only missed out on 2.5 kilos. That's another big benefit as well in the eyes of some people. If you take a heavier second attempt and you make a smaller third attempt, if you miss that third attempt, you only lose out on so many kilos. I think that's going to be a good lift by Kelly. 3 white lights. Okay, we're on a roll here on platform 3 to finish out this session. Okay, and good catch by our spotters and loaders. So as I was saying earlier, I believe spotters and loaders are the most important people at any powerlifting meet. Sometimes something can just slip on your shirt. The bar can roll a weird way. For as heavy and intensive as powerlifting can be in what people are attempting, we actually see a very low incidence rate of injuries. And so I think a big part of that in competition is because of spotters and loaders. But we've got Antoinette on platform 3. Again, 2.5 kilo jump, very small jump, the minimum jump. And Janice on platform 4 as well, taking the 2.5. And Antoinette is grinding. Okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a good lift, and she's happy. Let's see what the refs think. And I think that's gonna be good by Janice as well. And we've got 2 good lifts there. All right, we're getting to the end here on platform 3. Stephanie is going to take 130 kilos. Again, everything's been moving very well. They seem to be taking very measured jumps. I like this strategy where you just take a bigger jump first to second, and then a smaller one second to third. And we've got Joyce as well on platform 4 taking 90 kilos. Stephanie's grinding, and a little too much for the day. Okay, Joyce explodes up. We're gonna see. I'm not sure. Okay, a depth call. All right, I was worried there by the speed in which she racked the bar that it might have been an issue with. Sorry, an issue with the racking before you got the command. If you've never been at a powerlifting meet, if you've never looked at the rule book or had a reason to look at the rule book, the lifters have to wait for a start command to squat, and they have to wait for a rack command to put the bar back into the rack. And all of these reasons, or the reason for all these rules is to just make sure that we are exhibiting a standard of control over the bar. And Megan with a very powerful squat. And Jennifer's grinding and just misses out right there. Yeah, when you're in that narrow stance, that point right there where your hips are above the knee and you're looking to lock out, that can be the the hardest part of the lift. So, but otherwise, on platform 3, we had a really good close to the session for the squat session. Those ladies are going to go back now, take a little bit of time to recover. Because there are 3 flights, they're going to want at least one flight to just kind of relax, recover. If any of them did a cut, continue recomping, drinking water, eating, and then they will start warming up soon. And Lisa on platform 4 with a great grind. We're going to see what the refs think. 3 white lights, great job. Okay, so what you're going to see on platform 3 now is flight B. We've got Janice, a Master 5 lifter. Squatting 40 kilos. And she's up. Let's see what the refs think. And that's 3 white lights. That's a great way to get into the meet. Jody on platform 4, 105 kilos. This is 230 pounds, folks. She's up. A little bit of a bobble here. Yeah. A bit of a tough spot to get stuck. I think the bar was moving a little up and down as well, so it's possible had she even gotten the lift, the refs might have ruled it red on the blue card. Good. We're going to see Lisa on platform 3, 50 kilos. She's up. Very smooth lift. And Samantha on platform 4, taking her 3rd squat up with 110 kilos. 242 pounds for Samantha. She's done a good job so far. See how this goes. Okay, she grinds it out. We're going to have to see if the refs think that was depth. I think she might have. Oh, that's perfect. Got Lois on platform 3. Yeah, one thing I will say for those of you watching at home, and I'm sure you can hear it in my reactions, the vantage point that you get on the live stream and as a member of the crowd, it can be very different than the one the referees get. And so sometimes when you feel like something is depth, you feel like something is, whatever technicality it can be, just understand that the referees have a very different view. And part of the goal in powerlifting and the way we set up the referees is to make sure that we have the best objective vantage points. And so, referees aren't perfect, but understand when there's a difference of opinion, a difference of ruling, kind of with you and with them. They are looking from a different point. We got Lily taking 115 kilos. Beautiful squat. We got Rhonda on platform 3 with 57.5. Go. Oh, very explosive squat. Again, if you're watching at home, you see the Masters tag next to their name. Masters 1 is going to start when a lifter is 40 years old, and so every single time you add a tally mark to that, just add 10 years for the age group. Amy with 122.5. She's up. She's going to grind it. Okay, that was a great grind. Let's see what the refs think. 3 white lights. Got Molly on platform 3. She's going beltless. That was a very strong squat. Yeah, and to go back to Amy's squat there, and to give credit to her, that was a great grind. I think there's probably very few feelings better than grinding out a squat and not being surprised that you got the lift, but just having it be completed and seeing those white lights. I think it's a beautiful feeling. We've got Cheryl's second to last squat on platform 4, flight A, 130 kilos. That's a very nice attempt. Okay, we got Lisa on platform 3, 87.5 kilos. Then we have Aaron closing out platform 4, 155 kilos. For those of you who aren't familiar, 155 kilos, that is going to be 341 pounds. So this is a lot of weight for a 60-kilo lifter. Aaron weighed in at 57.95. Let's see how she does here. I think that's going to be good. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, like I was saying there, Aaron weighed in at 57.95 kilos, which means that was nearly a 3 times body weight squat, which is a great mark for a lifter. And we got Carrie on platform 3. Go a bit of a bobble there. We're going to see if she gets blue carded for that. Again, you want a smooth motion of the bar. It doesn't have to be the same speed per se, but you don't want it to divot or move irregularly. So one ref caught that. Again, you only need 2 white lights to have a good lift. That's all you need. And so far, platform 3 is starting very well. As I was saying earlier, one of the reasons why the nerves can kind of set in a little harder for the Flight A lifters is because, we're in the venue, we're not playing the music, we're not running, all of the effects, and the crowd really isn't going while you're warming up, right? That really starts when platform A hits when Flight A hits the platform. And so if you're in Flight B, in the warm-up room, you feel the environment, you hear the music, and you hear the crowd. It's a little easier to sort of adjust and have sort of a mental picture of what's going on and to not be sort of blindsided or flashbanged by, the sort of new stimulus. So first flight of Flight B, we had Suzanne missing 70 kilos. I believe she got blue cards. I'm going to check right here on LiftingCast. Yeah, she got blue cards, so that can be any number of things. I'm going to assume that there was some sort of, from what I saw, a little bit of a bobble with the bar path, which is just purely based on strength. I think if she, goes back, tries to relax a little bit more, focus back up, I think she'll be able to get that. Okay, and a great squat by Bridget on platform 4. And Ann on platform 3, rocking the A7 singlet. That's our title sponsor. Okay, they're going to ask. So what you're seeing on platform 3 right now, the head ref asked Ann to replace the bar right before she went. Again, you need the command, the start command, to start the squat. What I am interpreting here by the way she's grabbing her knee is that when Ann was in the set position, her knees weren't completely locked out. Now, for you to get the start command as a powerlifter in the squat, you need your knees and your hips locked out, and for you to have a, essentially present a stable and ready position for the squat. We're going to see if the judges give her that lift. I think it was good. Yep, good lift for Ann. Again, you know, refereeing can be a very contentious topic and aspect of any sport. These referees are not here to take away, you know, anything from the lifters. If anything, they're here to give credit to the lifters. And so you see there where the head ref just makes sure that, you know, she's in the right position to get the start command, and it ends up in a good lift. When we had Nandi on platform 4 start well as well, and Claudia on platform 3. Go very smooth squat. Okay, Donna is going to take the platform here over on platform 4. Again, moving through our openers. So far, fairly smooth from both platforms, both groups. Yeah, we're going to see what the judges think there. Last 3 white lights. Great job. And then we got our last opener on platform 3, flight B. We've got Carol with 100 kilos. She's got the all A7 kit. Okay, a bit of a shift there in her squat, but it looks like a good lift. Oh, okay. So you're going to get 2 depth calls from the side judges and a blue card from the right side judge as well. So, you know, it could be an issue with her locking out her knees. A lot of these lifters, they're wearing very supportive knee sleeves. Now, these knee sleeves aren't going to, you know, automatically give you weight on the bar, right? I think people misunderstand what they do, but some of them are so stiff that when lifters are, you know, trying to knock out or lock out their knees, it can look from the side as if their knees aren't locked out, just because of the curvature and build of the knee sleeves. And so, you know, it can bite some lifters here and there. Obviously, in that case, she had a red light as well, and there was a red light on the other side. But again, as I said earlier, when a lifter shows the strength to do it, you really don't need to be nervous. You just need to make sure they make good decisions. You don't need to pump them up, hype them up. You just need to make sure they're focused and they're calm. Treat it like any other lift, and it gets them in the meet. Okay, so we just saw Lisa there, again, with the blue lights. I didn't have the best view on that lift. I think, again, it's a blue light. It's probably going to be something related to locking out the knees at the start or the finish, as well as maybe something with the bar path. And so when I mentioned the bar path on a blue light on squat, what you at home should be thinking about is the very middle of the bar. You see right there on the, as they are on the racks, the middle knurling. If at any point you really see that middle part, you know, basically not be flat, right, twist too much in one direction, or if you see that middle part go up and down at any point, that's going to be the blue light. Some of these lifters, just by the musculature of their upper back, right, very small imbalances, the bar can look uneven. That's fine when they're starting the squat and performing the squat. The issue is when that starts to change during the lift. So I think 2 good lifts here on platform 4 and 3. Okay, we're starting to get to the end of platform 4, first attempts, and we are about midway here on platform 3. Okay, we've got Lindsay taking the platform here, platform 4, and we've got Lois on platform 3 as well.
Lois on 3, Lindsay on 4.
Okay. And it looks like a good squat by Lindsay. Yep, and the referees agree. Okay, so we got 2 blue lights there. Again, I didn't have the best vantage point. If you're watching at home, consider if her knees were locked out, if the bar was wobbling, or, you know, if there was a bit of a bounce, right, an up and down. It can be any speed you want. It can be even tilted a little bit way, but as far as the actual bar movement, it either need, you know, for it to be a good lift, it needs to be going up the entire time. However slow that may be, it needs to be going up the entire time. We've got a 160 kilo opener by Rachel on platform 4. That's 352 pounds as an opener. So very, very explosive lift. And a good lift by Rhonda on platform 3 as well. Okay, I'm going to be excited to see what Rachel takes here for her second attempt. As you see the stronger lifters in any single one of these lifts, what you generally will see is bigger attempts from lift to lift. Even though strength is relative to a person, you know, physics is king, and so when you're thinking about the amount of load that you're putting on someone's body, it can just be a bit more advantageous to take a higher percentage jump when you're doing your attempts. So we got Molly on platform 3 and Laura here on platform 4. Again, heaviest opener on platform 4, 165 kilos. A very nice lift. And kitted out in the all-black A7. You're going to see a lot of all-black this weekend. Alright, you're going to get Suzanne here on platform 4. She missed her opening attempt. I believe that was blue light, so, you know, some sort of issue with her knees or the bar. But the strength was there, and that's the most important thing. You know, you don't really need to get too excited for this. You don't need to change how you're thinking. She came out smiling. She looks calm. That's what we want. She looks confident, and she's going to take the squat. Let's see. Up. Here we go. I think that's going to be 3 whites. Yep, that's 3 whites. And getting that first squat of the meet, especially after you missed your opener, I mean, it can be very freeing as far as the amount of pressure you're, feeling in your head. No, as far as anyone is concerned, I think people have, specific goals, things they're shooting for, but no one wants to bomb out of a meet. So even if squat or bench or deadlift, isn't a lift that you particularly care about, it's not your favorite lift, everyone wants to get their attempts, and so we're happy for Suzanne there. Okay, and Bridget on platform 4, and Carrie on platform 3. Yeah, and a good lift there by Bridget. And we have Leslie coming up here on platform 4. Carrie. Very nice squat by Carrie as well. Okay, so you're going to watch out for Leslie here. On her opening squat, she got a red card from the center judge on depth. We're going to see if that sort of thing might bleed over from into the other refs here. Are you guys ready? Yep, and that's sort of what we're afraid of there. So she had a bit of a shift, ends up getting 2 red lights on depth. Now again, this is the sort of thing where, she has the strength for it, but just that small difference and then that shift, that really, that's what makes the difference between a good and bad lift. We have Ellen here on platform 3. Again, very nice squat. Yeah, that sticking point right there. You're going to see that with a lot of these longer leg lifters. It's that point of the squat where you're just trying to stand up, right? That can be the hardest part for lifters with longer legs. We've got Nandi on platform 4 with a very nice squat. She took a 15-kilo jump. I'm a big fan of big jumps, so you do love to see that. We're going to see what they elect to go with next. In the meantime, we've got Ann on platform 3, 5-kilo jump into 100 kilos. Again, very nice lift there. I think that's going to be 3 whites. Okay, so you're going to see that yellow card. The yellow card is sort of the catch-all infraction. It is mostly going to have to do with the actual Apologies, I have some stuff going on off screen. But yeah, the yellow card is going to be a catch-all. It's mostly going to do with sort of different sort of infractions related to actual refereeing, so it can often be commands.
I can get rid of them.
But we'll see here with Carol. She missed her opening squat. Bit of a bobble here. Let's see what the referees think. That was not an ideal attempt, but it's possible that could be 2 whites. Okay, so yeah, she's going to get 2 blues. The issue with her right there in that attempt was that when she started to struggle, just the bar, pivoted enough for her to get a blue card. It's been, to be frank, 2 hard attempts, and so we're going to see here if she can just, this is the point where, okay, I would try to see, as a coach, how much, energy and clarity can I give to my athlete as far as how they're going to approach this next lift. She's had the strength to do it twice. It's just been a little off each time. So we're going to see if, the 3rd time's a charm. And Claudia with a hard attempt there as well. Yeah, I'm going to get 3 blues for that. On platform 4, a very beautiful squat by Sandy. Very efficient motion, and that's 3 white lights. Okay, we are at the top of platform 3, flight B. We are doing our 3rd attempt squats now. We've got Janice taking 45 kilos, so she elected to go up after her 2nd attempt. Now, her 2nd attempt, she got 3 blues, and so this, again, could be from, I'm sure you guys can hear the crowd in the live stream. It was a technicality, it wasn't strength, and she's trying to go up here. And it looks like she has the strength. Let's see what the referees think. Ah, yes, 2 whites. That's a good lift. I don't know if you're able to hear on the live stream, but Janice is 85 years old. 85 years young, sorry. But that's a big lift. On platform 4 here, we've got 140 kilos loaded for Lindsay. This is 308 pounds. And then we have Lois on platform 3. Lois missed earlier as well on the blue card. We're seeing a lot of blue cards today. I think it's one of those technicalities that can, be a bit hard to deal with, right? Be a bit more subjective in the sort of feel of the lifter, but I think the referees have done a good job calling it today. So an easy squat by Rachel there. Sorry, not Rachel, Lindsay. And 3 white lights by Lois. We've got Lisa on 3 and Rachel on 4. Now, Rachel earlier, she had a very, very easy and strong opening attempt. I was mentioning that, it's very possible that given her strength level, she might take a bigger jump. I'm taking a 7.5 kilo jump, and so, again, based on her own training, they know where she's training towards and they know what sort of their goals are. 7.5 kilos, that is at this weight class, that is going to be a decent sized jump, and so, see how she approaches this. Oh, wow. Okay, so based on strength alone, it's hard to determine what sort of went wrong there. The thing I'll say, too, is, for some of these lifters that are more explosive, they have a higher velocity in how they lift, right, and the amount of bar speed that they can produce. It can also, for lack of a better word, it can run out a bit quicker as well. And so, you always want to judge a lift by the point at which it's the hardest or the slowest, right? If that's, if you're going to fail a lift anywhere, it's going to be wherever it's hardest for you, right? And so there, it's possible that Rachel might have mismanaged her lift, but we'll see how she elects to take her 3rd attempt. And a big grind by Rhonda. Pitch forward a little bit. I think it's one of the hardest things to manage in the middle of the squat, and then unfortunately pitch forward a little too much. Now, for the sake of competition, we can't count these lifts, but powerlifters and powerlifting training in general, it can be a lifelong decade-long, 5-year, 1-year-long process. And so sometimes you hit a lift, it's not up to standard at the meet, but you can kind of, cash in that token for yourself as a personal PR. There's nothing wrong with that. You got to give a lot of respect to, how much training it takes to really hit your lifts the best they can be. And a lot of that process happens by just, taking count and appreciating where you are, and sometimes that's a missed lift on a technicality. There we had 3 white lights there for Suzanne. It's a really good way to close out the session. After missing your opening squat, you definitely want to come back and just bag the other 2. Set yourself up to go 6 for 6 the rest of the way. Bridget is taking 87.5 kilos on platform 4, and we've got Lisa with 97.5 kilos. Both lifters are 2 for 2. Trying to lock in their thirds. Go. And very nice by Bridget. And it looks like it's going to be a good lift for Lisa as well. 3 white lights. Great job. Okay, so Leslie has taken the platform. We are here on platform 4. Earlier, she had missed on depth. She got a call from the center and the left-hand side refs. She has a bit of a shift in her squat. Let's see if she can get deep enough. Okay, we're going to have to see. I don't have the best view for this. It didn't look much deeper from my end. Yeah, and unfortunately, it gets called from the other side. Carrie on platform 3 with 100 kilos. And a very easy third attempt. Some of these lifters, they'll choose... Oh, 3 yellows. Okay, so if you're at home wondering what just happened there, 3 yellows, I'm going to assume that is some issue with the actual commands. Maybe she might have racked it a little too early. Otherwise, I didn't see exactly what the infraction would have been. All in all, though, missing that attempt, you only lose 2.5 kilos on your total. It's not the worst thing in the world. It wasn't a hard lift. Not going to tax your body that much. And on the other platform, we've got Nandi going 3 for 3, finishing with 105 kilos. And we've got Ellen here on platform 3 as well, trying to go 3 for 3 with 100 kilos. Been a good squat session for her so far. Taking a very controlled approach. Explodes out of the bottom. We're going to see what the refs think. 3 lights. It's a great lift. Starting the day 3 for 3. And the same as well for Donna. Okay, so what I was saying earlier, in powerlifting, you can only go up in increments of 2.5. That's the minimum increment. However, we break that rule whenever you are attempting a record, right? The logic is that since no one in this specific class, you go weight class, age division, all of that. Since no one has done that weight before, you're able to chip and go up into increments of 0.5. 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, any of those sorts of things. And so we've got Deborah here, Masters 370 kilos, squat record, 123 kilos. I believe this is a little over 270 pounds. And she's up, and she's going to fight for it. She's going to fight for it. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a big grind. Let's see what the refs think. That's 3 whites. And that's a new American record. Platform 3, we've got Claudia trying to come back and get this 102.5. And very fast opener. Oh, there you go. Yeah, much better attempt. We're going to see what the refs think. There you go. We've got Sandy on platform 4. 132.5 kilos for Sandy. She's up. Fights through the sticking point. I think she's going to get that. And we have our last squat on platform 3, flight B. Got Ann. She's going to close us out with a 110 kilo attempt. 242 pounds. Let's see how she takes this. And she's up. She's fighting. Locks it out. Let's see what the refs think. Okay, so 2 blues. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they saw, and a good catch by the spotters and loaders on platform 4 there. Yeah, but going back to the blues there, I'm not sure exactly which of the infractions it was. It looked fairly clean, but, you know, especially for a blue card on squat, regarding the bar path, the bouncing, you know, the up and down and that sort of thing, I think the refs genuinely have a much better ability to see for that in person than we do through the live stream. So we've got Margaret opening us up for flight C on platform 3. Meanwhile, Julie is getting ready to start closing us out on platform 4, flight B. This is the third to last squat on platform 4. Yeah, Julie is trying to go 3 for 3 here. Big jump from the first to the second. Small jump, second to third. I think this means they know where they are for the day. This should be a pretty good call. Let's see how she takes. And a very nice squat. She's happy. I think the refs will be happy. Yep. 3 white lights. 3 for 3. Okay, so we have our 2 biggest squatters so far here on platform 4. They both missed their second attempts. Rachel coming up here missed on yellow lights. Again, that is a catch-all rule, mostly to do with referee commands. Referee commands and details with the form of the lift. It didn't look, if I remember right, it didn't look like it was strength related. So we're going to see how she does this. Apologies. Yes. So Rachel did miss it on strength. The yellow light, the yellows as well. It can be a placeholder infraction for just missing the lift on strength. She had a very strong opener. She's a very explosive squatter. I think if she just gets in the right position, she has this. Yep, and that's exactly what you expect. So that's, you know, we were talking about it earlier. I think she just got a little out of position on the second attempt, caused her to kind of fall back a little bit, but you know, when everything lines up, you see, you know, how strong of a squatter she is. And so really nice after a sort of a mishap on your second attempt to come back and get it on your third. We've got the platform moving here on platform 3. We got Laura taking 57.5 kilos. And Laura as well on platform 4 is going to close us out here, 172.5 kilos. This is 380 pounds. And Laura is going to grind through it. She missed earlier as well on the yellows. This time all whites. Great job. Okay, we are on flight C on both platforms here. Christy with 3 white lights to get us going. We've got Dee coming up here on platform 4. She's 85 years young. And the platform is loaded for her. And Christy as well on platform 3.
Christy Buckley on 3, Foster Fiedler on 4.
Good unrack by both of them. If you see them on the stream looking off to the side, what they're doing there. Ooh, and 2 very nice squats. Let me check the results before continuing.
3 white lights to
Yes, that's 3 white lights for both. Great job. So if you see them looking off to the screen, a lot of times it will help a lifter to make direct eye contact with the head referee. I said earlier that usually what they'll do is they'll position the head ref just kind of head up and off to the side of the lifter. And so if they're looking off to the screen, it's usually not a distraction, not like a family member or a friend, although the support is appreciated. Making that direct eye-to-eye contact with the ref, it can just make sure that you're getting the commands correctly. In an environment like this, it can be easy to get overstimulated and distracted by different noises. There's people in the stands screaming. There's different types of noise devices. Some meets you have musical instruments. And so a lot of different things that you can take as a auditory input that might make you, think that you're getting a command, think that you're hearing one thing, or just make it hard to hear in general. So that eye-to-eye contact, just making sure you see it from the head ref, that can help a lot. And we've got Leanne. Bars getting loaded for Leanne on platform 3. Meanwhile, we've got Anne-Marie. Very smooth unrack. Going to open with 60 kilos. Oh, very, very smooth opener. Oh, she's happy. We've got Leanne, platform 3 here as well. Very smooth squat. Okay, so she's got that red card on the right. Now, a lot of times here, you're going to feel happy just being able to get the lift, but you have to make sure you're at a good point with whatever the singular infraction is, because it just takes one more to miss the lift. On platform 4, you just saw Lisa get asked to replace the bar. I'm trying to interpret what they're saying. In order to make sure you get the start command, you have to, assume a sturdy position, lock out your hips and knees before you can start. It looks here, if I'm being honest, like her knees are just a little soft. Yep, you see the head ref right there pointing to the knees. Can see here we're waiting. She's gotten it replaced 3 times. Again, it can be on the fly. It can be a bit hard to make a change. It looks like she's going to time out though. So in this situation, if you are Lisa and you time out, depending on where you were setting that opener, right? If you were intending it for it to be very easy, almost like a warm up, you can go back in the warm up room and go take that weight and that attempt, just so that your body is used to it, and then try to continue on with your plan. Now, as far as locking out your knees, it's something that every coach is going to approach differently. Some coaches are going to want their athletes to make a complete change. But with Lisa, it's a very minor detail. I would almost say, maybe some of it is a visual issue with her knee sleeves. Again, some of these knee sleeves, they can just be part of the problem. But it looks like on LiftingCast, I can see here that they put in the same attempt, so they're just going to repeat it. See if she can just get out there with her knees locked. Which is honestly, when you're trying to get yourself into the meet, just repeating it can be the way to go. So we have Tracy here on platform 3 and Gwen on platform 4. Gwen with a very nice opener. Wide stand squat. Okay, and 3 white lights. We've got Tracy here as well. Kitted out in the all-black A7. Again, A7 this week is our title sponsor, presenting sponsor. Oh, wow. Okay, so you're going to see the term dive bomb. I think Tracy there, that's the approach she's going with. A bit of a, a weird moment coming out of the bottom of the squat. Part of the issue with the dive bombing technique, it can just be a little harder to manage, and so A lot of times, though, on these opening attempts, if you see something weird and finicky and the bar is moving that fast, it generally means that the lifter is feeling very strong, and so not always the worst thing to have a little bit of a slight bobble, slight issue there. A lot of times you can safely repeat or go up, and the weight will kind of take care of itself. So we're getting close to the end of the flights here on both platforms. We got Tony on platform 4 taking 102.5 kilos, and Sue on platform 3 taking 147.5. Okay, so very efficient squat by Sue. I just need to see if that was depth from the judges. There you go. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, judging is all about these vantage points, and so sometimes from the live stream angle, from the broadcast angle, we don't have the best view. But that was a very beautiful squat. I'm excited to see what they elect to take next. We've got Brenda on platform 4. Now, we have a situation here on platform 3. If you remember earlier, Laura was taking 57.5 kilos. I'm not sure the exact details. I'm going to see here if I can do some investigation on LiftingCast. But oftentimes, if there is some sort of issue with a sort of mistake by the platform itself and not on the lifter, what they'll do is they'll get a relift. And if a lifter elects to take the relift, they take it at the end of the flight that they're in. So Laura here is going to take 57.5, which was her original opener. I wonder if maybe the spotters and loaders had grabbed it a little too early, if there's a miscommunication issue. But again, clearly moves like an opener. Gets the lift as well. Now what's going to happen is she's going to be able to take or put in her next attempt, and they're going to have a set amount of rest time, kind of get thrown back into the flight in order to do the next lift. So we'll see what they elect to do and where she gets placed in the flight. In the meanwhile, we have on platform 4, we have our last opening squat. We've got 130 kilos by Mary. This is just under a 2 times bodyweight squat.
That's Margaret.
Okay. Taking her time with the walkout. I like to see that. Just make sure you get all settled, especially for the opener. Here you go. Bit of a tougher opening attempt, but again, for a litany of reasons, the first attempt can just be a weird one, right? So you'll see on platform 3 we've got a bit of a time going. The timer had started. I believe Laura got 3 extra minutes, again, to rest. So like on her first attempt when she came out initially for 57.5, there was some sort of infraction by the platform crew or perhaps one of the judges. And when this happens, the lifters get the chance to take another attempt at that weight at the end of the flight. And then when they get thrown back into the flight after that attempt, they still get a bit of a rest period. Now, Laura still has 2 minutes on her timer, but she can take it. She can take the weight whenever she likes. Clearly, she has elected to go for the weight here, not use the full time. Depending on how you're feeling, it can just feel good to be in the regular flow of the flight and get the attempt out of the way. So we'll see how she does here. There you go, and very easy. Okay, 2 white lights is a good lift. So yeah, after a weird start to the day, she's 2 for 2 right now, and looking to go 3 for 3 on the next round. Platform 4, we've got Margaret coming up, and then Lisa after that. Both lifters missed their opening attempts. Margaret missed her opening squat on depth, and so we're going to just make sure to see, is she getting deep enough? Is her hip crease getting below the knees? she goes. Yeah, that's 2 white lights. It's a good lift. And Susan as well here on platform 3. I think that's going to be a good lift as well. That's 3 white lights.
3 white lights on 3. Here comes Amelia Morrison. No relation to Tim Morrison. Break on through to the other side.
Okay, we've got Lisa. She initially missed on 2 yellow cards and a blue. She gets 2 yellows again. I'm not sure exactly what her infraction was. It's possible, based on her stance, that what's happening is that her elbows are making contact with her leg. Now, this is sort of a supportive issue, just because, you know, in theory, if you could rest your elbows on your leg, it would support the weight a little bit. And so, if I had to speculate from my point of view, that's all I can see. I can't really hear commands or that sort of thing. I don't really see her feet moving, and so whatever it is, there is going to be a line of communication. They're able to view LiftingCast, which gives them the foul signal, right? So whether it's a red, blue, or yellow, and oftentimes if you ask the head ref, you know, what the infraction is, you know, if you or your coach does that, they will tell you. So Lisa is going to elect to repeat that missed attempt again on her third. She's 0 for 2 right now. She's going to need that third on the next round to stay in the meet. Then meanwhile, we've got Leanne on platform 3 and Karen on platform 4. Taking steady jumps, looking to just stack their attempts. Leanne with a slower but a very smooth second attempt. I think that's 3 white lights. That's a great lift. Karen here as well. Go. Very smooth. Okay, so after a 10-kilo jump, we're probably going to see her take a smaller jump. Again, getting closer to that, you know, whatever you think you have on the day, any information you can have to make better decisions, that's going to usually lead to good things. We've got Kelly on platform 3 and Gwen on platform 4.
You got it. This is a blood sport, says ACDC. If you want blood, you got it!
Okay, so I think it's going to be a good lift for both lifters here. Yep, 3 white lights each. If you are here watching the live stream supporting someone who is in Flight A or Flight B, go ahead and, you know, if you have the time now, especially if they're in Flight B, send them a text of support, send them a message of support. If they're in Flight A, they're probably going to be warming up for bench here soon. Just know that after the third attempt squats of this flight, we're going to get a little bit of a break, and then we will be back with the action. So Christine with a nice walkout. A very smooth lift. And 3 white lights. Let's see how Gloria does. Okay. So smooth lift there. I'm going to be interested to see what the refs think about depth. That's 3 white lights. That's perfect. Yeah, particularly with depth and the broadcast view, you know, when you're looking right in front of someone, it can be really hard to see, you know, where that actual hip crease is. Depending on where, you know, different people like store their muscle, you can just, you know, see something that you think is a hip crease and it's not the actual crease of the hip. And, you know, even with someone's knee point, that can shift too during the lift. And so, again, whenever you sort of think one way or another as far as the judging or refereeing, understand that the referees have a different vantage point. And you know, most often the better vantage point. So 3 white lights there on platform 4. We've got Maria here. Looks like a very clean squat. And the judges agree. We have Brenda, platform 4. She missed her opening attempt on depth. Elected to still go up 2.5 kilos. So now this usually means that the lifter is feeling pretty confident. It says here, you know, you'll see anytime that you have a lifter listed as a guest. Let's just wait for this attempt. All right, we'll have to see what the refs think as far as depth goes. All right, 2 white lights, that's all you need. But yeah, so whenever you see someone, in the with the guest designation, what usually happens is that they missed weight in the weight class that they registered in. So, for example, Brenda, if she had registered at 75 kilos, she weighed in at 75.9, and that means that she is not under the weight class requirement. Now, at these meets, they will let you, lift as a guest lifter, but you will not. Your total won't go towards the actual weight class, the weight class competition. A very nice squat by Tracy. Maureen just gets stuck right there. Only took, or sorry, not Maureen, Mary, or Maureen, yes, sorry. Only took 2.5 kilos after the opener, and so, sometimes when you're watching these meets, the amount jump that a lifter takes, that can really, tell you, how they're feeling, what they're planning for, give you an idea as to what, they might end up with their third. Obviously, there's always risk in going up, and you can't predict every single variable, but, when a lifter goes up 2.5 after the opener, especially when they're starting, above 100 kilos, well above 100 kilos, it usually means, they don't feel the best. It's not as they expected. They're trying to take a safer jump. Okay, we have Mary, second attempt on platform 4. Goes. Very hard second attempt, I'll say. I think it's going to be a good lift. 2 white lights. Again, there are lifters where, the bar speed that they have, it just ends up being a little slower. So it's going to be on her and her coach to know how she moves generally when she's getting close to her, her max strength. And we'll see what they do. I expect they'll take the minimum 2.5, or even scratch it. On the flip side, I think Margaret here has a good squat. Okay, 3 white lights. The refs agree. And that is 3 good attempts. We've got Dia on platform 4 also looking to go 3 for 3. Very explosive squat. I think she could do a lot more. There's nothing wrong with, coming to the meet, benefiting from your training, and making sure you choose attempts that you're going to get. But yeah, she could definitely do more, and that's honestly a great way to start, is just having some lift in the tank and feeling good. Okay, we've got Laura here, platform 3. Had a weird start to the day with her first attempt. The platform rectified it, and now she's going to go 3 for 3, I think. Let's see. Her knees looked a little soft, but... And that's a good lift. Okay, so Lisa, platform 4, unfortunately did not get her third squat. So this means that, she still has the ability and the right to competing the rest of the day, but she will not be able to post a total and compete in the weight class battle. I think it can be pretty devastating to bomb out of a meet, but a national meet happens once a year, and when you spend that amount of time working on all the lifts, one lift going wrong, it shouldn't necessarily ruin your day, right? You spent as much time, if not more or equal, on the other 2 lifts, and so just for your own sake, for your own information about your own training, and just to get a little bit of reward from all of your effort. You still want to keep going and try to recover from bombing out early in the meet. We've got Christy taking platform 3 and Anne-Marie platform 4. Christy missed earlier on depth. I think she's got the strength for it. We're just going to need to see her execute. Anne-Marie as well, having a good squat session so far. There we go. I think Christy definitely got deeper. We'll see what the refs think. And that's 3 white lights. And Anne, okay. Yeah, 3 very easy attempts. I think if she wanted to jump another 10 kilos, she would have a right to it. So, always very good to just come in, start the meet, very easy and feeling good. And she definitely was happy walking off the platform. We're about halfway on both platforms here on squat. Kelly with a very nice walk out. 2.5 kilo jump. And I think she's going to stand up here. See what the refs think. Okay, 3 white lights. Let's see what Karen does. Okay, very good squat. We're going to have to see what the refs think. All right, so depth from the middle judge, but again, you only need 2 to get the lift, and she did more than enough, so congrats. That's 3 for 3 for her as well. A lot of 3 for 3s today. Leanne on platform 3 here. Oh, really hits that staking point, but make sure to stay with it. I think she's going to get rewarded. That's 3 white lights. We've got Gwen as well. She's been lifting very well. Up, and she gets stuck, and she fight. Yeah, that's a tough sticking point to fight through. Good on her for trying to stay with it. And honestly, you don't always want to be caught, deep in a grind, just to tax your body. So it didn't look like she had to fight too long. It's not ideal to miss a lift, but obviously, there's a lot more lifting to go. Gloria here is fighting. Yeah, it's going to be a little too much for today. Tony's going to look to go 3 for 3 here. She's fighting that sticking point. Oh, a very, very smooth squat. Yeah, that's 3 for 3. Great job. All right, we are in the final few lifts on both platforms. For the most part, very smooth session so far. Maria's going to try to keep it going here with 130 kilos. Very, very well measured jumps. Only took 5 from the opening to the second, and then took 7.5 from the second to third. So she's feeling confident, taking a bigger jump this go around. Oh yes, and I think they're going to be rewarded for that. That's 2 white lights. It's a good lift. And let's see what the refs think for Christine. 3 white lights. 2 very good lifts on both platforms there. All right, we are into our final 2 squats on platform 3, and the final 3 on platform 4. Brenda started the day earlier with a bit of an issue on depth. Looks like she's just been electing to take 2.5 kilos. Meanwhile, platform 3 here, Tracy's going to attempt 140 kilos. Hey, it looks like a good lift by Brenda. Need to see what the refs think. Hey, 2 white lights, that's a good lift. All right, final 2 lifts here on both platforms. Tracy with a very strong on rack, taking her time to get set up here. Make sure her feet are set. Make sure the brace is right. There we go. Very explosive out of the hole of the squat. And I think that's going to be a good lift. Yes, 3 white lights. Great job. All right, so Maureen here, 122.5. She failed her second on strength. It's possible that it could have been a technique issue. Maybe it had mismanaged the lift. She's coming back for it here so that she feels good enough to try again. And she's up, and it is a lot better. She's fighting for it, too. Wow, let's see what the judges think. 3 white lights. Okay, and Sue. Very calm and collected. Hits the sticking point, but just glides past it. Gets stopped for a millisecond. That's 2 white lights. That's a great squat. And to close out this first session of squats, at least on this stream, we've got Mary with 140 kilos. Generally a slower squatter, if I have to say. Bit tougher on the second attempt. So only taking that 2.5 kilo jump, that's the minimum jump. But if she's shown anything, I think she's shown the ability to be able to grind through this, so let's see. She's gonna fight, yeah, and just get stuck right there, so. It's a good attempt by her. Again, only loses 2.5 kilos, if anything. So, not the worst to try to go out and get that attempt. So if you're watching at home, you're going to see the spotters and loaders change the platform so that we can get the bench session started. While the other flights were lifting, you would have seen whoever you're here to watch for. They were in the back warming up. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a break as soon as the platform is completely set up, just to create a buffer of rest and consistency for the flights as soon as platform 4 gets set up with a bench as well. So if you are a longtime supporter of powerlifting and the USAPL, we appreciate you for tuning in. If you're new to the stream, we also appreciate you for tuning in. This is a beautiful sport, and I think some of the best aspects of our sport is really the community, and I don't think there's a better place to see that than with our Masters community. And so you'll see here on platform 3, we've taken a 10-minute break. I will take a quick break as well, and we will be back in about 10 minutes. All right, we are going to be bringing it back here. Platform 3 got a little ahead of platform 4, so we will have our bar is loaded. Transition from squat to bench, powerlifting. Powerlifter bench is excitement kind of has to at a powerlifting bench press. Of the meet most close and the rack command. So great start by Tracy, and that was a good way to kind of showcase that element of the lift. So you'll see there with Dina, we have these foot blocks. So we want everyone to be competing on a similar standard on the platform, and that can include height as well. And so because we can't adjust the actual height of the bench pad, what we can do is sort of raise up the floor a little bit for our lifters. And a very clean lift. Other aspects of transitioning from squat to bench 2, I'm not sure the extent to which these lifters are doing this, but for a lot of lifters who do different sorts of weight cuts to make their weight class, they might feel a lot better after a squat, just because that intermediate period between squat and bench, it gives them enough time to eat another meal, half meal, drink a little bit more water, and just kind of feel a little bit more full. You don't want to feel sick when you're lifting, but you definitely want as much of your body per se as possible when you're looking to lift the most weight. So we've got the clock running for Jamie. 55 kilos. One thing I appreciate about bench is that you're going to see the biggest variety of setups and approaches to the bench press. Again, this is the only lift of the 3 where you have to interact with a foreign object to perform the lift, right? And that is the actual bench pad. And so a lot of different people, they're going to move their body differently so that they can get the best leverage possible. Now you see Jamie here is running out of time. She's got 5 seconds on the clock. When you're powerlifting, the only thing you need to do before the time runs out is to get the initial command to start. And so you see there, I believe it might have been an issue with her wrist wraps, getting everything right before she got on the platform. Luckily, she was able to do so with a couple seconds on the board and get that lift. And we have platform 4 starting up here as well. We've got Joyce coming out. Again, you're going to see the foot pads there as well, making sure everyone has a good leverage point with the platform itself. Everyone has the same sort of opportunity, and that's a good lift. Jamie on platform 3 with 57.5 kilos. That's a very good lift as well. So you'll see there, lifters can elect for one of the members of the spotting and loading crew to give them a handoff. Now, there's a very common thing for lifters of any sort, competitive or non-competitive, to receive, a lift off just to give a little help to get set up on the lift. We make sure that we avoid any sort of competitive advantages by having a member of the spotting and loading crew do it. It's very important, especially in a loud environment like this, for the lifter to go out and communicate with the designated liftoff person exactly how that person, exactly how the lifter wants it, right? And so a lot of different details go into the bench press, and so while you may be at home watching, and I know it's a sentiment a lot of powerlifters themselves carry, the bench press can be a sort of a change in pace as far as less speed, less intensity of the meet, but I mean, I would argue that this is the point of the meet in which people are the most focused, right? And so different element of competition, and I think it's always interesting for me that it's the bench press, which I
Here
think
comes Megan Quinn.
more conventionally is the more accessible, fun, kind of brute strength lift. But when you're competing at the national level, you're going to want every single thing out of it, and that means taking advantage of every single little detail and making sure that all of these other details don't mess you up either. So it's gonna move at a moderate pace here. We've got Megan up platform 3, 57.5 kilos. Very nice.
Last 3 wide legs for Schilling.
Yeah, you're gonna see basically all of these women benching at or above their body weight, which is again that is a very impressive feat of strength. I think that's gonna be a good lift by Janice. 3 white lights.
3 white lights on 4.
Okay, and we've got Sarah. Okay, beautiful bench press. One thing that is going to change as far as the sort of attempt selection with the bench press is I think people were, you're going to see people elect to be more
Already
conservative
on 3 for
than they would
Stephanie.
on squat and
Here goes
deadlift.
Jody Falk
The
on
biggest reason for this
4.
is that, generally, if you look at
160 pounds.
the attempts that these ladies are doing, you can just see that on the screen there. You can see that squat number next to the S. The amount of weight they're lifting in total is going to be a lot less than squat or deadlift, right? These are compound lifts. You're trying to use a lot of different muscles, and bench press is going to be using, less overall muscles and generally smaller, weaker muscles, all in the upper body. And so if you're thinking about making these jumps by percentages, a 5% jump on a 100-kilo squat, that 5% is going to be a lot bigger than if you were doing a 50-kilo bench.
The last 3 wide lights for Stephanie.
We've got Lisa on platform 4.
Lisa
Got
Scarlett
very,
on 4.
very smooth
March
so
ready
far
for
on both
bench
platforms here.
split.
Not a single missed lift.
Bench split
I
now
don't
on 3.
anticipate one, especially as we open. Everything's been pretty smooth.
3 wide lights on 4.
Again,
As is being coached by
praying and hoping
Jamie
that I'm not
Johnson.
jinxing any of the lifters. I think these, this is a national level meet. Everyone here is prepared. They're prepared. They have a coach they trust, and a lot of preparation behind them. And so I think everyone will be able to do pretty well this session.
Can we get that music turned down just a hair? During bench press, we need to hear all of the hands.
Go. Very good bench by Antoinette.
Rachel on Julia 2.
And I'll definitely get into it if we see any examples of misses. Ideally, I don't have to talk about it at all, but with all of the technical aspects and the things that you have to interact with on the bench press, that also means that the rule book and the sort of infractions that you can have from the referees, that also expands a little as well. And so it's going to be very important for you at home to just be considering, all the points of contact, their feet, their hips, their upper back / neck, and then also their hands on the bar. A lot of different things can cause an infraction here, and so we're looking for these lifters to be as perfect as possible. And so far, everyone has been, which is really good to see. We've got our last bench, opening bench, on platform 3 for flight A. We've got Megan with 75 kilos. Amy with a very easy 57.5 as well on platform 4.
3 wide legs for Amy on 4. Here comes Samantha Charles.
Julie enters up 3 right lights on 2. Joy on 1. Shout out LA on 2 coming up.
March ready on 4. Here goes Megan on 3 with 165.4 pounds.
So you've got Megan. Okay. So, bit of a hard opener for Megan. Still gets it done. A concept I mentioned earlier during the squat session was the idea of running out of room. One of the reasons why lifters tend to open up very light on bench is because as I said with the percentage jumps, there's not a lot of runway to make decisions when you're benching. I mean, that 2.5 kilo increment, it can be a lot, right? Like as a coach myself, I'm always trying to pace my clients, anywhere from 3 to 7% based on how strong they're feeling and where we're
Come on,
starting.
Tracy Wallace.
That 3 to 7%,
88 pounds to go.
for some of these benches, I mean, that's going to be less
Going to our
than the actual
final
2.5% or
Olympic
2.5 kilo
event.
increment, and so.
Elbow seat press command.
Oh,
Elbow
and
press
so we
repeat.
have our first miss there.
Three command.
Tracy got
Command.
marked with, I believe that's 2 yellows and a blue. Now, when you are, let me just check real quick. Yeah, so 2 yellows and a blue, one yellow from the head ref. The biggest thing there, I think, for the yellows is it's going to be some sort of issue with the command, right? You really have to listen. You can't try to jump the press command. You have to wait for the head ref.
Aaron Bernard's on board. Dina
Which again, I'm not sure what you can hear on the live stream as far as the crowd, but it is a lot quieter in here for the time being. We've got Aaron here taking 85 kilos on platform 4. That is going to be our final opening attempt for flight A on platform 4. Okay, very tucked in bench and a bit of an issue coming off the chest, but she gets it done at least. We'll see how they approach moving forward.
Kingsley on 3.
We've got Jamie Kingsley on platform 3. Again, so far so good. What I will say though, and this is not a worry or a criticism, but as you see some of these early benches, feel pretty hard and look heavy. It does only get harder. You see a good attempt there by Jamie, and again, just to go back to the conversation, Jamie had a very nice opener, takes 2.5 kilos, which is the minimum that she is allowed to take, and it moves much harder, right? So in powerlifting, when you use databases that track, basically every meet that anybody has ever done, the most missed attempt in a powerlifting meet is the third bench. And again, I've mentioned a lot of reasons as to why that happens. Mainly the sort of, the runway running out per se, not having much room, and then, I think we're gonna. It's very possible that we see here. I don't wish for that to happen, but it is sort of, it's one of those things that it just happens in powerlifting by nature of how the rules are set up. Well, we got Jamie with 60 kilos. There you go. Now, you want a standard as far as the length of the pause. One thing that will be, that will cause a little variance, a little bit of difference in how long one person pauses versus the other is how fast they get the bar to their chest and get it motionless, right? And so that's one of those things, as I keep mentioning, that on the live stream, on the broadcast, it is going to be hard to sort of perfectly know why the referee, might give someone a bit of a longer pause, a bit of a longer hold. But when you're in person and you can kind of see the bar up in your face, you are able to see, the details in which, like, okay, like this lifter, truly has the bar completely stopped, or, in some of these cases, you know, lifters will get the bar to their chest, and there is just going to be a little bit of a sink, right? And because the rule is that the head ref has to give the press command when the bar is motionless on the chest. If the lifter doesn't have complete control of it and it's not completely stopped, they're going to get what we would say, from the outside, or what the lifter might say as like a longer hold. And so, one of those small details that can mean a lot and go a long way if you really have it controlled. Like you see Janice there. With a good lift. And that pause, or sorry, that pause that she was asked to do, um, very very small because she got it down to her chest, controlled completely perfectly, and the head ref felt comfortable to give her the press command.
Lily Lee coming up on 4 with 116 pounds. Here comes Megan Schilling, the bars ready on 3, coaching by Josh Rohr.
We got Lily on platform 4, kitted out in the black and pink A7. If you're looking for any lifting gear, any powerlifting gear, or even lifestyle apparel, please check out A7. They are our
You got this shit. Get off the first.
main sponsor this weekend. They do a lot for the powerlifting community,
Maria.
and we're lucky to have them. Got Lily platform 4 and Megan platform 3. Okay, very nice bench by Lily. Here you go. Bit tough for Megan. Again, as we look at these, second benches, just to speak personally, as a coach and competitor myself, when I see these second benches start to slow up, I get a bit nervous, for the lifters, right? Just thinking about that sort of concept for the runway. We do have in the youth level the ability to go up in increments less than 2.5. Now, obviously, we do this as a rule to accommodate youth lifters, right? So these are lifters who are very young, not yet teenagers, and who don't have much experience, or ceiling, you might say, as far as lifting capacity goes. But otherwise, if you are a junior lifter, if you're anything but a teen lifter, let me correct myself. If you're anything but a youth lifter, everyone has to use the minimum increment of 2.5 unless you're breaking an American record. Quickly, as Jennifer sets up here for 57.5, I'm looking at the LiftingCast board, and you're basically seeing across the entire board that everyone is going to go up 2.5 kilos for their last bench attempt. Particularly with female lifters, or if you are working with a lifter who might not have a very large bench, a lot of people will elect to just use the minimum increments. And a tough one there for Antoinette. She seems to have motioned to her coach. Maybe there was a misgroove or an issue with the setup there. I expect she's just going to come back and take that one again. But yes, as I was saying, a lot of lifters will just elect to go 2.5 and 2.5. It can be hard to project perfectly what your top end is because of the minimum increment, and so you can make it easier for yourself by just anticipating that. Really tough one there on both platforms. Both are able to grind through it, both Amy and Kelly. So Kelly is going to get a bit of an up and down call. I think that's what the call was there with the blue card. Otherwise, 2 good lifts. We're going to see if they come back for the thirds. I think everyone in the session will probably come back for the thirds. But this is, this is the danger zone. This is what makes the third bench such a uniquely difficult attempt in a powerlifting meet. And so we're going to see how these ladies attack that. Here we go. Lisa is grinding out here, and she just gets stuck. Yeah, and as does Megan. So those are 2 very tough lifts. It can be a very challenging position to, in both cases, they're able to have the strength to grind out, and both are pretty close to lockout. And so it's possible that, with a little bit more hype, with a little bit more excitement, they could come back and get those. I think at the very least, it's worth trying again. But as I've, been repeating over and over again, it's, starting to run out of runway for a couple of these ladies. But that is the challenge, and we're here to, meet the challenge and overcome them. And so let's see how these ladies do. And speaking of, I think Tracy is going to get that lift. We're going to see what the refs think. That's 3 white lights. That's a great job. Kind of proves the point right there. All right, so we are on third attempt benches for platform 3 and finishing out here on platform 2 with Cheryl and then Aaron after, again, on platform 4. Dina
Knowledge on 3,
is looking to go 6 for 6 here. Okay, so she gets it up. You saw her hips push into the air. I'm wondering if the referees are going to give her a yellow card for her butt coming off. Yeah, and she's going to get that there, so from the front and the side. You can tell she was feeling confident, as I was sort of preaching about, the approach of taking 2.5 kilo jumps both times. Dina actually elected to go up 5 kilos, and so they felt good. She had the strength for it, but, in powerlifting, when that butt comes up, that is a yellow card.
Bars loaded, Jamie. Do it for Chubbs, Jamie.
Okay, so we have our last second attempt here on platform 4.
The puppy's barking. Go.
And Jamie looking to go 3 for 3 here on platform 3. Okay, that's going to be a good lift for Erin. She gets a yellow card on the right side. It could be a sort of issue with the butt or her feet. One of those things that's very hard to see from our position. Jamie's going to grind out here. Oh, wow. Okay, that was a great bench by Jamie. And only a yellow, so that's two whites. That's a good lift. She's starting her day 6 for 6. That's wonderful.
Bars ready for Jamie on 3, Tammy on 4.
Got Tammy starting our third benches here on platform 4. Again, she's had a good session so far. Only miss was the third squat. And she is going to push through this. I think she's going to get this. Come on. Here you go.
Oh my goodness, Tammy Allen, the lift is good.
That's a good lift for Tammy. Congrats. All right, Jamie here, platform 3, is also going to try to go 6 for 6. Taking that 2.5 kilo jump.
Joyce on 4, Jamie on 3.
And Joyce is up here on platform 4. Oh. And there you go. Very easy by Jamie. And she's going to start her day 6 for 6. That's amazing. And Joyce as well. Yes, very good bench. So both of those attempts there, I think, really... Oh. Okay, so Joyce just missed. She got 3 yellow cards. So from my point of view, I'm not sure exactly what the issue was. I think it could have been a command. It could have been, could have been her feet. Not exactly sure what that was, but the strength was there. If she wants to consider that a gym PR, she is absolutely within her rights to do that. And Maribeth is grinding. Yeah, just a little too much. Again, clearly felt good. I'm taking that 5 kilo jump. But just a little too much on the day. On platform 3, we've got Stephanie having a good session so far. Narrow miss on the 130 squat. Be really good to go 3 for 3 on bench here. She's up. I think she's fighting for it. We're gonna see if the refs think that's a bit of an up and down there. Yeah, unfortunately, she's got two blues there. So we saw it on the screen, and then the ref saw it as well. It was just a little bit of up and down. And Janice tries her best to grind out 55 kilos. Fortunately, a little too heavy for today. She was 5 for 5 before that, and only missing a bench attempt. That's 2.5 kilos. It's not the worst thing in the world. All right, we're starting to see here. About halfway done on both platforms. Lily is on platform 4 and Antoinette on platform 3. Yeah, Antoinette's grinding, but just too heavy for today. She's smiling though. She looks like she's in good spirits, which is always good to see. Lily's been benching pretty well. Let's see how 55 kilos moves. Okay, very, very easy. It's exactly what you want to see. The Lily is 6 for 6. Yeah, she's having a good day so far. Megan on platform 3. She's going to also try to go 6 for 6 here. And then Jody as well, looking to go 3 for 3 in the bench press. Just, yeah, dead off the chest for Megan. You know, sometimes you're benching well, you're feeling well, and you take that next jump and it just, you know, just stops moving on you. Just part of it. Jody, there you go. Very nice. Sarah on platform 3. She's fighting for it. Yeah. Again, bit too tough today. We're starting to see a lot of red on the board. It's just sort of what we discussed earlier. It's. Come on, Lisa. Here you go. Oh, she's fighting for it. I think she's gonna get that. Let's see what the refs think. 3 white lights. Congrats. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of red attempts here. Again, third bench is the most commonly missed attempt in powerlifting. It's got its own unique challenges, so there's nothing wrong with a miss here. And as I mentioned earlier, in any case, you know, for basically all of these ladies, that missed third attempt, it's only 2.5 kilos. Very easy to make up 2.5 kilos elsewhere if you have a total specific goal, if you're competing. Jennifer's going to try to go 3 for 3. Off the chest. Yeah, just a bit too much for today. She's had a good meet so far, but she's missed both her third, so we're going to see if she can come back around on deadlift and go for 3 for 3. And Megan there as well, got her opening bench at the very least, but just that next increment up was a little bit too much for her. So we are on to Flight B on Platform 3, and Platform 4 we are on our final 4 bench presses of Flight A. Who's gonna fight? It was a good fight. It was a good fight. It's just, you know, when you get stuck off the chest there, it's hard to sort of overcome that. Okay, Janice is starting us off on platform 3. Very nice bench. Now, if you're looking on platform 4, these final 3 ladies in Flight A, all of them are 5 for 5 right now. So you know, it'd be a very nice start to the day just to go 6 for 6. Go into deadlifts feeling really good, feeling strong, knowing that, you know, if you want to try to go for something, there's room for error because, I mean, you've been perfect so far. We'll see how Samantha does here. Fights off the chest, and yeah. Again, bit tough when you hit that wall. I apologize as well if I may have jinxed you. So we've got 2 more benches here on platform 4 for Flight A, and then we have Rhonda coming up on platform 3. As I mentioned, Cheryl is 5 for 5 right now, looking to go 6 for 6. Oh, very nice bench. It just always feels good when you're making the right decisions as far as attempt planning, and you start your day 6 for 6 on a very nice script. So Ron is starting her opener. That is very easy. Very nice way to start the bench session. We've got Aaron, the final bench press of Flight A Platform 4, 92.5. It'd be great to start 6 for 6 here. They've called everything really well so far. Fight, she has a bobble. Okay, we're gonna have to see if the referees think that is clean. 3 white lights. It's a great start to the meet. So we're gonna start here, Flight B on platform 4. In the meanwhile, we just saw Lois on platform 3 get her opening bench, and we're gonna see Molly try to do the same. Now, if you've been staying in tune with the live stream, everything I mentioned in Flight A, it's going to be the same here in Flight B. We're going to want to see a lot of very smooth, easy attempts like the one Molly just did. It just really gives you a signal that there's a lot more, runway for these ladies. I don't anticipate, jumps that are, much higher than taking 2.5 each time. Maybe taking a 5 here and there, depending on what their plan is. But, it's really like, it's really about the confidence for these ladies, right? Just to know that, hey, there's a lot more room to go. You're not pigeonholed into a decision that, is kind of against you. In powerlifting, you're making the sort of, gamble for yourself. But in bench press, especially in these situations where you're kind of stuck, you kind of run out of options, and you feel like you're forced to make a bet. Now, obviously, the lifter can elect to scratch their third attempt, any attempt really, but usually the second attempt isn't so hard as to not try for the third, but just the odds are not in your favor at a certain point when you're hitting that third attempt. And so seeing a lot of green on both platforms right now. It's what we want to see. We want to see that keep going through the second attempts and through the third attempts, obviously. Very nice attempt there by Leslie on platform 4. And Carrie is going to look to get set up here on platform 3. Okay, very nice. Just keeping the streak going. Really want to see a lot of good attempts, a lot of green attempts. Donna's going to look to keep us going here on platform 4. She's taking 57.5 kilos. And Lisa as well on platform 3 with 52.5. Okay, so that is a nice attempt by Lisa, but unfortunately, we are going to get a miss on strength for Donna. And so, I sort of went into all the technical aspects that can go into the bench press. Part of the kicker with bench is that, if you mess up really any of these, depending on how technical your bench is, the amount of things you try to use to make your bench as strong as possible, messing up a small detail, it can really, make a lot of difference as far as the success of your benches. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we get Donna coming out here again, getting a little bit more sturdy under the bench. Maybe there's a issue with how she's set up her feet or that sort of thing, and getting that second attempt a lot easier than how she missed the first one. And a very nice bench by Ellen. Hey, Sandy, platform 4. There you go. Very easy bench. And you'll see here, I try to showcase the importance of communication and listening for the referees. No one wants to risk a miss based on something, as so seemingly inconsequential as hearing something incorrectly. And so, if the lifter asks, the head ref, they are able to request a head ref to come up to the platform in order to give a more direct command. Now, we saw there, unfortunately, Carol on platform 3 um, missed her opening bench. And so, again, my language during the squat was that you just want to stay calm, you want to stay, you want to feel ready. Um, I will say it is a lot more dangerous to kind of miss on strength to begin with on bench, and so we'll see here. Maybe there's a technical detail that we can't see on the stream, can't see on the broadcast, and they're going to go back and try to correct that. Just try to make sure she's in the right mind to take this next attempt because it can be hard to overcome a miss on strength for bench. Really, any of the lifts, but I think bench is uniquely difficult. Oh, and Anne is fighting for her opener as well.
And that's 3 white lights on 3.
Again, bit of a tough attempt. Yeah, bit of a tough attempt by Anne, but it's important to get the first one at least. So, really nice job by Julie there on platform 4. We are back at the top on platform 3 with Janice. I think she's got a group of supporters in the crowd, if you can hear that on the stream. Meanwhile, Lindsay on platform 4 is going to open with 72.5 kilos. Okay, so wobbly there for Janice. Yeah, she is going to get blue carded. Now, the thing is, she definitely had the strength for it, and so if she can try to come back for that, feel a little bit more stable on the bench, feel a little bit more sturdy, I think she'll be able to get that very clean. Lisa is setting up for us, second attempts on platform 3. Rachel is second to last opener here on platform 4. As I said earlier, the majority of these women are about at or above a bodyweight bench, which is really a very nice feat, and that is a really good bench by Rachel. Again, paced well. She's got a lot of runway. Just got to make good decisions with her coach. Obviously, a lot of that comes down to communication and their own goals that we won't be able to know on the broadcast, but that's a very ideal way to start the bench session. So to close this out on the openers here on platform 4, flight B, we've got Laura opening at 80 kilos, and Rhonda here on platform 3 had a very easy opening bench and a very easy second attempt bench as well. So clearly has good runway. I think she'll elect to take that 2.5 kilo jump. I think that's there for her. So we got Lois setting up on platform 3, and we've got our second attempts starting up here on platform 4. Bridget is going to lead us off with 40 kilos, and Lois is taking 37.5. All right, a much tougher attempt there for Lois, but 3 white lights, she got the attempt. And it's looking like it's going to be the same thing for Bridget. I expect 3 white lights, and that's what she gets. Got Molly with a very nice unrack. There you go. So a bit of a sticking point there. I think that's when you start to really think about what sorts of decisions you can make. Obviously, I think 2.5 would be the correct choice in this case. And I think for her, it'll be a safe one. Leslie, on the other hand, with a very nice bench. She's 2 for 2 right now. Started the day 1 for 3. Only got her opening squat, and so all of these bench attempts. Not only are they going to add to the total, but just the morale of making a greater volume of attempts. You might hit your PRs and that sort of thing, but if you're not hitting your attempts and just going out and failing and missing, it just doesn't feel good to do that. And so gotta stack these attempts the same way that you're thinking about putting up your best numbers. So very good attempt for Claudia. We've got Carrie coming up on platform 3. Donna on platform 4 missed her opener on strength. We're going to need to see if she can come back and hit this. As I mentioned, it could have been an issue with the setup. And so if there was any corrections that could have been made, we're going to see if they were. It's imperative for her to get this lift. A good lift for Carrie. Go. Okay, so Donna's going to miss again. I think one thing that's interesting to note, she got a much longer pause on her chest. If there's anything to focus on, considering the actual strength that she showed in the press, I think if she just gets the bar to her chest a little quicker and it gets it to a dead motion, I think she'll be able to get a good press command and hopefully be able to come back and get her third attempt. Donna is 0 for 2 right now, which means if she doesn't get her third, she's going to bomb out of the meet and she won't be able to post a total. Now we've got Lisa, grinding through an attempt. Oh my goodness. And a good bench by Sandy as well. 2 good benches. Okay, so similar deal. Carol earlier missed. I believe on strength, it could have been related to a command. We've got Nandi on platform 4. Taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 70. Oh, wow. Okay, so Carol is able to come back and fight for the bench. I think she's going to get that. Which is very huge for her day. That opening attempt, like I said, it can be a little finicky. It can be a little weird. You still need to settle into the environment, into the commands. If you got nervous or didn't feel comfortable with command, that can lead to a miss, right? If you don't have all of your muscles and everything firing at the same time, exactly when you want, it can just sort of mess up your rhythm, right? And as much as the sport is a very static lifting sport, the little things you do to set yourself up for a good lift, it's all rhythm. So really nice to see her come back and get that attempt. Got Deborah here on platform 4. So she's grinding out for this attempt. I honestly think no, she's not able to lock out that right side. So that's going to be, there's yellow cards there. That's a good lift for Ellen. Just to go back to Deborah's attempt there on platform 4. Wasn't able to lock out the right side. I also thought she could have been called for for the bar path. It starts to kind of come up and down. It's a bit uneven. As well as she got yellow, so I'm wondering if maybe her feet position changed, her hips came up. If she didn't listen to a press command. Now, luckily, she's going to be able to come back. The fact that she was getting it so close to lockout, it means that potentially there's a chance that she's able to fight for it on the way back. So we'll see here shortly in the next round. On platform 3, we've got Anne taking our last second attempt, and a beautiful attempt by Julie on platform 4. Go. Yeah, the weight's starting to fight her a little bit, but she's able to get the second attempt. And we are up to our third attempts on Flight B, Platform 3. Lindsay is gonna start to close us out here on Platform 4 as well. We've got 2 more lifters after her.
National record on round number 3. Correct round 2.
Okay, so she's able to lock that out. She's got a more narrow grip with longer arms, and so off the chest she's going to be very explosive and strong. But when it comes time to just lock out those triceps and those elbows, she's going to get a bit of resistance. So we're going to see if she's able to fight through this third bench. We got Janice on platform 3. She elected to go up, and oh my goodness, she gets that. All right, we're going to see what the referees think. That's 3 white lights. Yeah, that's a great bench. And Rachel on platform 4. 80 kilos is our second to last second attempt. It's a mouthful. And she makes it move relatively easy. Like I said, you're seeing a lot of narrow benches here, and what that's going to do is you're going to feel very strong and tight and compact off the chest. But when it comes time to lock out those elbows, that's when these ladies are going to struggle a bit. And so a lot of that is muscular, a lot of that is technique, but I mean, when it comes time to have to to grind out the lift, I mean that's all about heart and effort. We've got Lisa trying to grind out 35 kilos. Yeah, just a little bit too much today. She had missed 30 kilos earlier, but elected to still go up. Was feeling good. Now we got Laura, 85 kilos. If you notice there, she's got a very slight sink. And so for what might seem to be a longer pause, it really is just her, getting the bar to the motionless position. Some lifters like having a little bit of a sink in their bench, just because it gives them a little bit of a stretch reflex, makes them a little bit more powerful off the chest. Others really emphasize the very soft touch. It just really all depends on a lot of preferences and sort of experimenting with every single lifter. Rhonda's fighting for 35 kilos, and it's just a little too much today. Bridget as well, yeah, and just gets stuck right there. Bridget has had a good meet so far. She was 5 for 5 before that, so at most all she lost there was 2.5 kilos. Lois is setting up right now for her third. And just off the chest. That is a great lift for Leslie. Yeah, very, very important that she got that one. She, was 1 for 3 in the squat event. As I said earlier, just really stacking these attempts as you go into deadlift, it can make you feel a lot calmer, a lot more confident. And so, maybe you might have missed 2 attempts earlier, but, you just put 3 on the board back to back to back, and that's a good feeling. We got Molly trying to go 6 for 6 here. Oh, and she is fighting. I think she's going to get this. She locks it out. So she's going to get 2 yellows there. That I think her butt probably came up. We just saw Suzanne have a very nice bench attempt at 45 kilos on platform 4. Very, very good way to go 3 for 3 on bench. Okay, so we have Donna here. She missed her first 2 attempts. She's been getting yellow lights. It could be her butt. It could be her feet. We're not sure. I think she has the strength for this if she just is a little bit better about executing. She should be able to get this. And unfortunately, just loses it at the end there. So, no harm, no foul. Donna won't be able to post a total today, but again, she does have the ability to go out and continue lifting, continue competing. It just won't go towards the competition leaderboard. So we are on a string of misses on platform 3. We're going to see if Carrie can break the streak. And Deborah is going to get ready for 70 kilos on platform 4. They're taking their time. And Deborah is able to get that bench. Unfortunately, Carrie was not able to get through that bench press attempt. Again, we are on a string of misses on platform 3. We're going to see if Lisa can break this for us. We've seen 6 misses in a row. Sandy, on the other hand, 5 for 5 so far, looking to go 6 for 6. Having a very good day. And Lisa as well, trying to go 6 for 6 here. Oh, Sandy is fighting for it, and she gets that. Unfortunately, Lisa, it just, fails right off the chest. Which is unfortunate, but I think it's ideal. If you're gonna fail, just fail quick, get it out of the way. Make sure it's not taxing your body. You're not too emotionally invested into it. You can go back, try to get your mind off it, and get ready for deadlifts. So we've got Carol here and Nandi on platform 4. Nandi as well is having a very, very nice day. 5 for 5 so far, trying to go for 6 for 6. Carol had some issue to start the bench press session. Let's see if she can finish strong. Yeah, just a bit tough there. Yeah, Nandi as well. Yeah, third bench guys. It's the most commonly missed attempt in powerlifting, and we're seeing why. So still on this streak of third attempt misses here on platform 3. We're gonna see if Ellen can break that for us. Lindsay as well is setting up here on platform 4. Only missed her third squat and only took a 2.5 kilo when she made that miss. So she can make up for it here. Yeah, just a little too much. See if Ellen can break this this bad streak for us. Platform 3. Oh, that's wonderful. See what the refs think. 3 white lights. There you go. Finally broke our streak. So we've got Julie here on platform 4, loading up for her third bench. This will give her 6 for 6. She's been having a phenomenal day. Anne is closing us out on platform 3, flight B. 75 kilo bench attempt. This will give her 3 for 3 on bench. And Julie is fighting for it. Yeah, just a bit too tough for today. Anne is fighting it off her chest, trying to get it up. Yeah, just a bit too much. So, a bit of a tough session so far as third benches are concerned. We're going to see if Rachel and Laura here can really shift some of the numbers in favor of the lifters. Rachel with 82.5. Yeah, just right at the lockout there. That can be quite frustrating, but that was a great try. And if you're tuning in for Flight C on Platform 3, we have Susan starting us off, opening with 42.5 kilos. Oh, very, very strong by Susan. Okay, we've got Laura here. Let's see if she can help us with some of our third bench demons. Got that sink and press and just loses it right off the chest. Again, I've repeated myself, but worst comes to worst, most of these ladies are only losing 2.5 kilos, which I think is still worth the try. And there's no shame in missing out either. So those ladies will go back, they'll get their bodies ready, try to relax, try to, get some of the stress off their body, and then just get ready for deadlifts. I think deadlifts can be a very fun event for most lifters. I think it's most lifters' favorite lift, and it's the sort of time where people can kind of afford to feel a bit looser, feel a bit happier, and so if you have a tough squat session, have a tough bench session, that's the time for redemption. We've got D on platform 4. A very good attempt, but her right elbow was it wasn't very locked out, so she's going to get 1 red light. Now, there are cases where, because of biomechanical reasons, a lifter is unable to completely lock out their elbow, like in the visual sense, right? If you were just looking at it normally. In this case, a lifter can walk up to the referee, demonstrate that, at the with their arm extended, like this is, basically essentially show the referee, hey, this is as much as I can lock out, even without any weight. That will give the referee a tell as far as what to look out for, and so. Very nice attempt for Margaret. We've got Maria on platform 3, opening us up with 60 kilos. Okay, very easy. I know this is the third flight where I'm kind of reiterating these things, but I can't emphasize enough. We really want to see, very smooth, very easy attempts here. There's not much runway to go, to take aggressive jumps. And so starting easy and letting easy be the standard until you kind of get to that third, that's kind of what we're looking for. So Kelly is on platform 3, taking a lift off from the spotting and loading crew, and we've got Lisa on platform 4. Okay, so she's been asked to re-rack the bar. I'm going to try to interpret here what's going on. I think what's happening is that her feet aren't completely set. Let's take a closer look as she gets set up again. Looks like a nice attempt by Lisa on platform 4. Okay, I see. So it's possible that with the setup of the foot blocks, that there was an issue with her feet. Now she still has, and she's going to time out here. Okay, so Kelly unfortunately timed out there because of the setup issue. What I would do in this situation is I would go back in the warm-up room, find a bench, hit that bench attempt, make sure my body kind of feels that first attempt as a gauge and as a warm-up for the platform, and then I would go back out, and perhaps make a different decision. Now, alternatively, because of this sort of conversation we've had about the runway, about how much ability these lifters have to make different loading decisions, right? Going from a 62.5 to 67, going to 70. It probably makes sense to just repeat there, and so just a couple different options as far as how she wants to approach things. Now Gloria with a very strong bench there, 62.5. And we've got Brenda on platform 4, 52.5. We're about halfway through our openers on both platforms. So far, so good. As we've seen with the early 2 flights, second attempts are really the most telling attempt for bench press. And I will say, too, it's very possible that, some of these ladies, a lot of people on bench will actually try to set up their second attempt to be their real goal weight. Oftentimes, in order to have 2 attempts at that weight in case they mess up or miss, or just knowing that, hey, I probably don't have 2, even 3 heavy attempts in me as far as, how much I fatigue or get tired or how, tired my muscles are after I bench. So very nice there from Gwen, and a very nice attempt by Christy as well on platform 3. We've got Laura coming up here on platform 3, and Christine on platform 4. Okay, very good job by Christine. And the same as well on platform 3 by Laura. Okay, so we've got our last few openers on platform 3 and platform 4. We've got Sue on platform 3, and Tony is taking the bench right now on platform 4. 72.5 for Sue, just right above her body weight. And Tony as well, 57.5 here.
With the national record! Congratulations!
Okay, nice bench for Tony, a little bit of trouble with the press. Oh, very easy for Sue.
Green line lights on three for Sue. Here comes straight up. 190-pound opener for Tracy Cook. Correct this.
All right, Tracy is going to finish us off as far as openers are concerned here on platform 3. She's opening with 87.5 kilos. Maureen on platform 4, 60 kilos as well. After her, it will be Mary to close us out on the opening attempts. Okay, very nice out of Maureen. Let's see how Tracy does. Oh, beautiful attempt. Exactly what you want to see from an opener. Okay, we're going to go back to the top on platform 3. We're going to get back in there with Susan. Mary is going to take her opening attempt here on platform 4. It's been smooth sailing on platform 4 so far as openers are concerned.
Here goes Mary.
Okay, so Mary is able to complete the lift. To be frank, I think that was probably a lot heavier than she expected. We're going to see how they move forward here. It could be a technique issue. It could be something with the setup. Maybe she felt uncomfortable with the commands. A lot of times you'll see, just as far as how people are performing in the gym versus how they do at meets, the biggest discrepancy is going to be in the bench press. A lot of that is going to be, one, because compared to the other 2 lifts, it can be pretty hard to predictably peak the bench. But also, you just get a lot more variables at a meet. When you're at home, all of these small variables that matter at the meet, as much as you can replicate them, try to lift to a good standard and make your training really, really efficient and competition-like. You're still expecting and working with an outside stimulus at the meet, and so that little bit of disconnect, it can go a long way as far as how someone feels. Now, just to bring the conversation back to Maureen's opening bench on platform 4, her and her coach, they did elect to go up 5 kilos after that lift, so they probably have identified something that might have been wrong with the setup, that might have caused the opener to be harder than they might have wanted, and they're feeling confident enough to go up 5. So we'll see how that works out for them. It's a really good lift by Margaret on platform 4. And we have Leanne on platform 3 taking the bench. You'll see there with some of these ladies that they are being tapped on the shoulder by the head ref. Again, if there are any issues with with hearing for one of these lifters, we do want to make sure they are accommodated in any which way, right? And so if they, would like a more direct uh, set of commands, they will be tapped like on the shoulder gently by the head ref. So right there, we just saw Leanne miss her second bench on platform 3. The 5 kilo jump from her opener, I think, maybe that was a little too heavy. Obviously, we don't know the extra details as far as technique and how she felt, but she's gonna lock that back in for her third, and we're gonna see how she's able to approach that. So Kelly here missed the opener, very much able to get the second. If you've been paying attention on the live stream, she had missed because she timed out. She had an issue with her initial setup. I believe it was because of her feet. In order to get the start command, your heels have to be on the ground. You have to maintain all the points of contact, and you have to be fully locked out. And so one of those things was wrong. She didn't get the start command, and she unfortunately ran out of time. But always good to just know you have the string for it, come back and hit it, and continue with the meet on as normal. Good. Yeah, it's a good attempt there by Maria. We've got Anne-Marie taking the platform here. Platform 4. Nice 5 kilo jump. Very, very nice bench. And the judges agree. We've got Laura setting up here platform 3 as well. There you go. More than smooth enough, and I think the judges, yep, that's going to be 3 white lights. Let's see how Gwen does. And another set of 3 lights. Got a very good groove from this group right now. A few misses here and there, but mostly those have been rectified. We've got Christy taking the 5 kilo jump, as well as Brenda here. And a bit too heavy for Christy on this attempt. See how Brenda does. Okay, so good lift for Brenda. Again, if these lifters are taking 5 kilo jumps, you just know that they're feeling really good.
Gloria, Gloria Baker on 3.
So Gloria, platform 3 here. Got very long arms. Yeah, and she's able to power through that. I did see some of her feet move. Okay, 3 white lights. Yeah, just need to be careful with any sort of foot movement, because that can be a yellow card infraction. However, I think some of it may have been after the lift was completed, and so it did not affect the lift and was not flagged by the judge. We're starting to close out our second attempt benches here on platform 3. We've got Sue getting ready for 77.5. Meanwhile, Christine as well, taking 60 kilos on platform 4. Okay. It's a nice bench for Sue. Christine is trying to grind for this. Yeah, and it's a bit heavy. We're going to see how she comes back for this. I think she's probably going to load it back up and give it another go. All right, we have our final second attempt bench on platform 3 for this session. Got Tracy doing 92.5 kilos, and then we have Mary on platform 4 with 65 kilos. We're going to repeat 65 kilos again on platform 4 with Maureen, and then we will all be on third benches. Okay, smooth by Tracy there, and just gets a little bit stuck for Mary. Okay, once Maureen finishes this bench attempt, I mean, we will be on third benches on both screens. Susan is going to start us off here on third attempts, however, with 47.5. She's having a good day so far. Let's see if she can just try to go 3 for 3 on bench and feel good going to deadlifts. Maureen takes a nice and steady unrack. Gets the start command. She's fighting for it. Okay, so unfortunately, we're going to get misses here on both ends. It looks like Susan has some sort of dispute with the call. I think she's going to go see the jury table. So if you're not home, what you don't see is that behind the actual platform and the setup of the lifters, there is a jury table of 3 high-ranking USAPL referees. And what they do is they basically ensure that the decisions on the platform are consistent and correct with the rule book. Specifically, if there's any disputes that a lifter or the lifter's coach has with the call on the platform, they can go dispute with the judges at the jury table. Okay, so unfortunately, we just saw a miss there by Margaret. Sorry. Yes, Margaret on platform 3, not Margaret on platform 4. Margaret on platform 4 is getting ready for 45 kilos. And Leanne is getting set up as well for 57.5 kilos. Okay. Smooth and easy. Okay, so just to give an update on Susan's situation, I think what happened was there might have been some sort of issue of maybe a spotter taking the bar too early or her mishearing a command. On my LiftingCast, it says that she has been given a relift, and so at the end of this flight on platform 3, Susan is going to come back and get another lift. And it looks like here on platform 3 as well, Margaret is also being granted a relift. I'm not sure exactly what happened in that situation. But in any case, a relift is primarily going to be given in these circumstances. Generally, because in my experience, most often it's going to be a spotter grabbing the bar a little too early. Spotters are trained and asked to, just ensure the complete safety of the lifter and for themselves. And so, when they see a genuine reason, right, as far as why to grab the bar, such as a pivot of the bar, a downward movement, they're going to grab the bar, and it's better safe than sorry, principally here at these meets. And so I'm going to assume that's what happened. It could have been an issue with the judging, although I'm not sure exactly what would have happened to cause that. Nonetheless, you're going to see on platform 3, Susan and Margaret are both going to get relifts of their third attempts. Until then, we have Christy setting up right now on platform 3 and Anne-Marie on platform 4. Anne-Marie is actually 5 for 5 right now. She's going to try to go 6 for 6. They've been jumping around the table, which I love to see on LiftingCast. And Christy is, just not enough today for 67.5. Let's see how Anne-Marie performs with this weight. Oh, very clean, very clean. Yeah, you absolutely love to see that. Very clear that her and her coach had a very good plan. Everything is paced very well, and after squat and bench, she's had a lot of room in the tank. I think they're gonna have a lot of fun during the deadlift session. So we've got Maria on platform 3. She's also 5 for 5 right now, looking to go 6 for 6, going to deadlifts. Gwen is taking 60 kilos here on platform 4. And a little too much there for Maria. We're going to see Gwen's fighting for this. Oh, man, I think she's going to get this. Yes, very, very good. 3 white lights. Gwen is now 5 for 6, only missing that third squat.
Bars loaded on floor. Bars loaded for Laura on 3.
Okay, Laura is back.
154, bring to 132.
She's attempting 70 kilos here. And on platform 4, we've got Brenda with 60 kilos. Now, I will say, compared to the first 2 flights, just a bit tough there for Brenda. Laura, on the other hand, she seems to be fighting for this, and I think she's going to be able to lock this out. Now, it did look light off her chest. I'm going to have to wait and see if the referees are... All right, and that's perfect. 2 white lights. That's all you need. Yeah, so before I interrupted myself there, I was saying that, that so far this flight, we're getting a lot more success out of these third benches. Now, obviously, there's still time for that to turn. I don't want that to turn at all. I think these ladies have paced themselves really well, although on platform 4, we've had a string of misses on second attempts. We're going to see how many of these ladies can rectify that. Christine is fighting for it here. Yeah, just a little too much. We've got Gloria, though, platform 3. She's up. Again, it's very, very, very tough situation to be in. Okay, Sue on platform 3, currently 5 for 5. Tony on platform 4, currently 5 for 5. Both lifters wanting to keep their perfect streak alive. I think both have room for this, but it's going to be a fight. You can see both of them there trying to get dug into the bench. Really, as much contact as possible with the bench that you can create. It gives you a very stable base to press off from. And Sue, yeah, Sue's just going to fail right off the chest. And it looks like Tony's going to do the same as well. So it's a good attempt by both ladies. Just repeating myself, it's a tough situation to be in. Now, on platform 3, it looks like we are going to see an American record attempted here. We got 95.5 loaded by Tracy. If you didn't hear earlier, in powerlifting, you have to take at least 2.5 kilo jumps. You can take down to 0.5 kilo jumps if you are attempting a national record in your weight class and age division. So I think this is about 210 pounds that Tracy has loaded onto the bar. Yeah. And unfortunately, Mary on platform 4 just misses 65 kilos. But let's see here on platform 3. Okay, I think that was clean. A bit of a start and stop motion after she gets off the chest. Yeah, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. And a new American record. All right, so we have Maureen on platform 4 closing us off here for this session's bench attempts. Missed her second, but she's going to try to get it back here. And she's up. She's fighting for it. She's just stuck. And yeah, I don't think it's not too much more after that. Okay, so let's focus in here on platform 3. So Susan and Margaret after her, they both got relifts. Both had some sort of issue with how the platform was run. They were granted relifts by the jury. And Susan, oh yeah, she's got the strength for it. Let's see what the judges think. Perfect. 3 white lights. Okay, and we have our last bench attempt for this session on this stream. We've got Margaret on platform 3, 50 kilos. Trying to go 6 for 6 here. Again, was given a relift. A lot of times when you're given that relift, you just gotta, be able to shake it off, go back in the warm-up room, and know that you're getting another genuine attempt. There she goes. Oh, she's fighting for it. Oh yeah, she's gonna get that, I think. Let's see here. Okay, so great way for us to close off the bench session there with a string of makes. So always good to see that. As it was with squat, you're going to see the spotters and loaders here clean up the platform and get ready for our deadlift portion. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Before we go, we want to thank our sponsors again. We want to thank A7, the title sponsor of USAPL Nationals this week. We will be here until Sunday, giving you the action every single day, and we will be back in about 10 minutes. All right, we are back here getting prepared on platforms 3 and 4 for deadlifts. This is the first day of Masters Nationals in the USAPL, all presented by A7. If you're looking for any sort of lifting apparel, lifting gear, or even lifestyle apparel, they've got you covered. So far, we've had a very good squat and bench sessions. We had a little bit of trouble on the bench session, but as we discussed earlier, it can be a bit harder. Really finish strong on bench, but I think deadlift for all of these lifters, it just represents something new. It's a little bit more freeing, a little bit more, has a better flow to it. And I think these ladies are going to perform. And so we have Tammy here on platform 4. Very nice and easy. And 3 right lights. That's a good lift. So, in contrast to the bench event, you're going to see these lifters and the crowd, the announcers, get a lot more amped. This is the last part of the meet for them. You typically want to have some sort of reservations about how much energy you're giving out on squat, on bench, but when we get to deadlifts, this is the last time for you to lift. So a very good deadlift there by Joyce on platform 4. Got platform 3 loaded. The timer has started, and so we're going to see Tracy take the platform here as well, and we're going to have both platforms rolling. As we go along, as everyone takes their first attempts, we're going to see various weight class and age division battles start to populate. Now, I will say when we get into any sort of age grouping, the competition, the depth of competition can vary a lot. I'm not, we here, we're going to celebrate everyone who makes the podium, who fights for the podium. But just know, and I'm sure a lot of supporters know that, all these women have different goals. So I might not be able to know that directly from the broadcast, but I will do my best here to point out, who's in position as far as their weight class and age division. Okay. Jennifer taking a very nice 105 kilos. We've got Jamie as well, platform 3. Yep, starting to get going here. Now, if you're watching at home, you're wondering about the sort of white powder that you're going to start seeing on these ladies' legs. That is baby powder. Just because when you are lifting the direction of the bar, it's going to make contact with your skin. We allow baby powder to be applied on the legs just so that friction of the singlet and friction of the skin as well is not a barrier to someone getting their lift. So please don't mistake it for chalk. That would not be ideal for doing the lift. So far, so clean. And there we go. Good lift by Amy. Got Antoinette on platform 3. So the two main styles of deadlifting that you're going to see here, that's going to be conventional and sumo. The easy way to tell which is which, if their legs are between their shoulder width, that is conventional. If their legs are outside of shoulder width, that is sumo. A lot of different people will make various changes and decisions as far as how they approach their actual technique, based on their leverages, right? Deadlift is a very leverage dependent lift. In fact, all of them are, but out of comfort, I think a lot of people will make more decisions related to the deadlift than the other two. Again, so far, very, very clean start. I assume a lot of these are going to be very easy deadlifts. Again, just a deadlift is one of those lifts where people are generally a lot stronger on. I think the norm is for someone to deadlift more than they squat, and definitely deadlift a lot more than they bench. Knowing this, we just, we can take our conversation that we've had all day about the runway and making decisions. These ladies have a lot more opportunity to make different styles of jumps rather than just taking a 2.5 kilo jump or a 5 kilo jump. You'll see a lot more 7.5, 10, 12, 15, depending on what they're comfortable with and how light they're opening with. So we got Megan on platform 3. Very, very easy. We've got the bar loaded for Lisa here on platform 4. She's starting to run out of time. I'm not sure if maybe there is an issue. There's a lot of people standing around. I believe, based on the demeanor of the spotters and loaders, that she is timing out of this attempt. I'm not sure if they're just electing to skip this weight. Hopefully nothing bad happened in the warm-up room, but sometimes when you're at these meets and, you know, it can be hectic in the warm-up room, you don't get the warm-ups you want, you can absolutely elect to just forego your opening attempt, and it gives you a lot more time to continue warming up, to continue getting ready. If you know you're opening light, or you change your attempt to be lighter, missing that and just having more time to warm up, that can be a lot better for your, you know, your ultimate success on the day. So we've got Lily. She's had a perfect day so far, and I think she's gonna continue that streak, you know, hopefully all the way through the meet. So we've got Stephanie on platform 3 and Samantha on platform 4. So very nice deadlift. Okay. Gonna see if she got the down command. So okay, so Stephanie there got 2 yellows on deadlift. I think the issue there is I don't think she got the down command. But we're just gonna have to see when she comes back. Plus, we had a miss by Lisa as well on platform 4. We are down to our heaviest opener from this first flight on platform 4. We've got Aaron taking 165 kilos. We've got Jamie taking 137.5 as well. 2 very good lifts. Two very good lifts there. We're going to get into our second attempts here. I'm going to look back just to see if I can see Stephanie's meet results, just to see what the judges were thinking. If you're, you know, a supporter of Stephanie on platform 3, I can report that she went up 5 kilos. And so they feel confident. And so we'll just have to, you know, move forward and see how she approaches the next one. Now, we did just see Beverly miss her opener on, it looked like to be strength. We're going to have to see, you know, maybe what sort of the issue was. You know, it's not uncommon for people to, you know, feel very good and sort of open a little too heavy, or maybe get a little too excited. Although you can sort of brute strength your way into, you know, a deadlift, sometimes a little bit too much excitement, a little bit, you know, just like with any other lift, not having the right setup, getting, you know, ahead of yourself, it can just put you in a bad position. Okay, so Janice with a very nice and easy 107.5. And then Tracy as well on platform 3, going to kick us off here. Okay, so just want to give a quick update. So if you're here to support Megan on platform 3, Megan Valentine, it looks like she is electing to scratch her remaining deadlift attempts. She got her opener and it looked solid. So I'm assuming that, you know, for whatever reason, she has elected to just, you know, take her opening deadlift, post a total, and kind of walk out of the meet, you know, feeling okay. And so I know she had, you know, she's registered today as a guest lifter, which means she missed weight. And so, you know, if she's not competing for, you know, a national championship, you know, it makes a lot of sense to just post your total, didn't have the day you want, and just sort of, you know, get yourself up and out of here. It can be emotionally taxing to not hit the goals that you want, or maybe hopefully, the worst thing that could happen is maybe a slight injury. But I'm hoping for the best. I think just wanted to post a total and kind of walk out of here with your head held high. And okay, so we just saw Jamie on platform 3 miss the second attempt. Now, considering how well the opener moved, and her sumo style, I think what happened is I think she just needed to be a little more patient on the pole. Um, when you're a little bit wider like that, the amount of time it takes for you to actually wedge, get forced into the ground, it's gonna take a little bit of time to break the floor, right? And so we'll see what she does here. She did put in a third attempt, repeating that 130. And a very nice attempt there on platform 4 by Amy. Antoinette is taking 132.5. Go, very nice. Oh yeah, and she's feeling good. You can tell by the way she looked off to the side. And Maribeth is going up here. She's got very, very, very nice leverages for deadlift. I think she could do a lot more than 127.5. It looks like they're just electing to take 2.5 kilo jumps. Keeping it nice and predictable. Now we've got Megan with 137.5 on platform 3. And Lisa here, platform 4, missed her opener. Very important for her to get this. She missed on a yellow, so I'm going to, keep in mind here what it could have been. Maybe an issue with the down command, but she got that, so whatever it was, it's in the past now. She can move forward and try to see if she wants to take a big jump on this third deadlift. You can see her deliberating with her coach, her handler in the background. We'll see what they put in. Yep, and there you go. Locked out for Sarah. And 3 white lights for Sarah on platform 3. And a very nice lift for Cheryl on platform 4. So we've got Stephanie here, platform 3. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it looked like she had missed from the side refs, and so we're gonna see what they think here. Yeah, that's 3 white lights, so rectifies that miss earlier. I was able to get back into it. So we've got Lily again. She's been perfect so far. She's smiling. She's having fun. She feels good. I think that'll all translate into getting this lift here. Very smooth. Slows up at the lockout. I would say, you start to think about not being in the danger zone per se, but we'll need to have that discussion soon. With these third deadlifts, a deadlift, it can be a very hard lift to collect out of meat just because of the rules regarding lockout, both in the the hips, the knees, and the shoulders. And so I don't wish for it to happen, but it's very possible that we're going to see a lot of lifters complete 99% of the lift, but these small differences in lockout of the knees and particularly the shoulders, a very common thing that costs people at meet. So we'll see here. Jamie there looks very well locked out.
She's gonna do it. Don't know that it's gonna help, but she's gonna lock it out.
Okay, we've got Aaron. Final second attempt here on platform 4. A fight there. And 3 white lights. So we're going to be on third attempts on platform 4. We've got our last second attempt on platform 3. Kelly has a bit of a shift to the side. Could be something related to how she set her grip, but nonetheless, that is going to be 3 white lights, I think. And she's going to move forward here. All right, so we are on to third deadlifts. On platform 4, Tammy is in first place right now in the 60 kilo weight class for women's raw Master 5 division, so that is 80 and up. And Tracy's fighting for this. Yep, so on your screen right there, Tammy Allen is your first place winner in the 60 kilo weight class, Women's Raw Master 5 division. And we just saw a great deadlift out of Tracy on platform 3. So yeah, big congrats to Tammy. She's had a really, really good meet. Only missing the third squat. Otherwise, a very perfect day. And Dina is fighting for these 5 kilos. Oh, and she's going to lock that out. And Janice is fighting as well. I think that's good too. Yeah, 3 white lights across the board. So very, very nice. I think, we're off to a roll here compared to our third benches. Now, one thing you can see on your screen is the spotters and loaders. They're going to start cleaning off the bar. As I mentioned earlier, we do allow lifters to have baby powder on their legs to reduce the friction. However, as time goes on and more lifters, their baby powder touches the bar, it can kind of layer onto the barbell itself, making it harder to grip the bar for future competitors. So we just make sure we clean that off there. And Jennifer is fighting for this. And I think she's going to get it. And I think Jamie just got that too. Again, to my earlier point about the sumo deadlift, I think, her wedge was just a little bit off, and then she was a bit impatient. There, she really gave the bar the amount of time to, just come off the floor. And when you're in that sumo position and you hold your center of mass, if you can get it off the floor, for most lifters, that means that they're probably going to lock it out. So really good job there. Now, on platform 3, Joyce is currently in third place in the Women's Raw Masters 4 division in the 60 kilo weight class. If she gets this, she'll move into first place for the time being. On the other end, Antoinette right now is currently in first place. She's going to maintain the first place position in Masters Raw 3 56 kilo weight class. I don't believe anyone after her is going to challenge that, so that is your national champion. So we want to congratulate Antoinette for winning her weight class, winning her age division. Okay, and so we've got Megan here, platform 3, and Jody on platform 4. So you're going to see Megan, she's taking a step back. And yeah, just a little bit too tough for Jody. So what's happening on platform 3 right now is one of the competitors was making an attempt change. So on your third deadlifts, up until the point that the weight that you might choose is loaded and the bar is announced loaded and ready for the platform, you're able to change your deadlift attempt. And so what I believe just happened there, if I can see what the change is going to be on LiftingCast, I believe the bar was loaded for another competitor, and that competitor elected to go up in weight. And so, although the weight was the same for Megan, it wasn't her turn yet, but now she's up. Now, Maribeth on platform 4, she's currently in third place. If she gets this, she's going to move into first place in the Women's Raw Master 4 60 kilo division. And I don't believe anyone after her is going to usurp her position. So Maribeth is the national champion in the Women's Raw Master 4 60 kilo division. Big congrats to her. She's had a great meet so far. Had a great meet today. Had a bit of a stumble on her third squat, but recovered really well to finish 3 for 3 on the deadlifts. So we've got Beverly. She came out earlier. I believe she was the one that made a change, and she's fighting for 145. And that is a beautiful pull. Yeah, 3 white lights for her. And she walked off happy as well, so that's always good to see. And in stark contrast to how bench has gone today, we've only had 2 misses across the 2 platforms on the third deadlifts. as far as the actual energy of the meet, you know, you always want to see people get these deadlifts. Everyone kind of lays it out on the line. Go, and Cheryl's looking to lock out. She looks locked out to me. And Sarah's fighting to lock out. She's kind of stuck, but we'll see. Yeah, just a little too much there. All right, so we've got Lily coming out. She is the first place leader in the women's Raw Master 2 division for the 60 kilo weight class. No one after her is going to try to overtake her position, and so she is your national champion. Everything she's going to do right now is, just the extra bounty points. She's had a really fun day. It's been really nice watching her. So, let's see if she can hit this. Maybe it's a PR. Regardless, she is your national champion, and this is the. There she goes. Oh yes, we'll see what the referees think. Yeah, 3 white lights. Congrats. All right, we've got Stephanie here on platform 3. Here you go. Gonna see 3 white lights. Yeah, that's a good lift. So we've got Samantha on platform 4, loading up 155 kilos, and then Jamie on platform 3, loading 147.5 kilos. Yeah, Samantha's fighting for it. Let's see if she can walk out. Just buckles a little bit at the end. Okay, so Jamie had quite a tough second attempt. I think if she just trusts her position here and doesn't give up, she might have this. She's fighting for it. Oh man. Yeah, just a little too much there. But overall, a really good day out of her. All right, we have our final deadlifts here for Flight A. Both of these ladies are going to be your national champions in the Raw Master 4 division. Erin in the 60 kilo weight class, Kelly in the 56 kilo weight class. So Erin was not able to get that lift. It looks like Kelly will. Regardless, both of these ladies are your national champions. Big congrats to them. They've both had incredible days competing today. Yeah, and that brings us to an end for Flight A. So we're going to go move into Flight B. And again, if that flight was an omen for anything, I think we're going to see a lot more green attempts as far as third attempts go compared to bench press. So we're going to see how Rhonda and Suzanne start us off here. Both of these ladies have been competing well all day. I think Rhonda, she's missed both her third attempt squat and bench. Starts off very well on the deadlift, so we're going to see if she can maybe, break that pattern and go 3 for 3 here on deadlift. Okay, so Janice is up on platform 3. Platform 4, we got Bridget taking 100 kilos. I think what you saw there was Janice waiting for some sort of start command. Just for those at home, unlike the other 2 lifts, we don't have a start command on the deadlift. It is a dead bar until you decide to lift it, upon which you get a down command after the head referee believes you're done pulling. So, Nandi there. Oh yeah, very nice lift. So, you'll see some lifters elect to wear knee sleeves while they deadlift. The main reason for this really is their sort of knee comfort, knee health. Just feeling that compression, makes people feel a little better about deadlifting. That is not required when you're deadlifting. The only thing required as far as any sort of equipment changes is just the knee length socks. So we've got Lois there on platform 3. It looks like a good lift. A slight tilt forward at the top of the lockout, but 3 whites nonetheless. And we've got Donna here. Very easy 130 opener. Got Molly, platform 3, 92.5. Again, very, very easy. Go. 3 white lights for Sandy there. Very nice job. And Claudia, another very nice and easy opener. So we've got Carol taking the platform on 3. Then on platform 4, we've got Deborah. Both kitted out in the A7. That is our presenting sponsor for this weekend. For this week, sorry. Very nice job by both ladies. Deborah is currently in first place in the 70 kilo weight class, Raw Masters 3 division. I don't believe she has any direct competitors lifting after her. We'll see what the other ladies do moving here forward. So she has a sizable lead on them. I don't really think anyone is going to be able to make up that difference. But, you never know. So, we'll wait until the last few attempts to, really give her the championship. On platform 3, we've got Carrie taking the platform, opening at 115 kilos. And Lindsay on platform 4, okay, having a bit of trouble. It looked like the left side having trouble coming off the floor. I don't know if that was maybe a setup issue on her end. She gave a look at the bar just to see, maybe if there was a misload or that sort of thing. From my view, it looks like a setup or technique issue, and so she'll just have to come back. She has the ability to look at the live stream, go back and see the video, and consult with her coaches or her handler or whoever is back there helping her, just so that she can come back and have a better go at that attempt. We've got our last opening deadlift on platform 4 with Rachel, 190 kilos, and we have Ellen opening at 122.5 on platform 3. Okay, very nice pull. So, interestingly, Ellen and Lisa on platform 3, the lifter you just saw and the lifter that came right after her, they are, it looks to be direct competitors for their weight class and division. Now, Ellen is competing primarily with Lisa and I believe Carol for first place. And we're going to see how this shakes out. They're all separated by within about 15 kilos. And so, genuinely, anything can happen. And it's going to be a very interesting fight to the end. I think we'll see a genuine weight class battle, which is, it's one of the best things about nationals. You get to see these ladies, try and go out and compete with each other. So yeah, I'm stoked. We're going to really see it shape up after these second attempts here. We just saw Suzanne on platform 4. Very, very nice attempt. 12.5 kilo jump. It looks like she has room for, a modest jump after that. And so, really close out a very nice day out of her. And it looks like she's having fun. We got Janice on platform 3. I believe she is lifting uncontested. So, having gotten her opening deadlift, she is your national champion in the Raw Masters 5 65 kilo class. So, congrats to her. This is just victory laps and just her enjoying her time at the meet, right? And so, very much an honor to watch her lift. And we've got Rhonda coming up here, setting up, and Leslie on platform 4. Oh yes, yeah, two very good lifts there. On platform 3, we've got Lisa coming up, and Nandi on platform 4 as well. Lisa's had a very nice day. She's only missed her third bench. And makes nice work of that deadlift. Okay, so Nandi with another good attempt. She's currently in second place. I don't particularly think she's close enough to Deborah to push for first. They're separated by about 50 kilos, and so I think she's going to be in a battle for that second place position. But you know, Deborah coming up here in about 2 attempts on platform 4, she is going to be your national champion. So big congrats to her, and you know, we get to see her take 2 more victory laps per se. But yeah, Sandy here, that's with a very clean deadlift. We've got Molly as well on platform 3. Yes, another very good lift. All in all, just a very, very clean session so far from all of the ladies in both flights.
Here comes Armando on 4.
Okay, so as I was saying, Deborah is coming up on platform 4. You know, almost without a doubt, she is going to be your national champion in her H division and weight class. Let me just double check before I make a mistake there. Yes, yes. So she seems to be very, very much clear. If not already, you know, definitely after this poll. There's a very good poll. We've got Carol coming up on the left-hand side of your screen, platform 3. 120 kilos loaded for Carol. Okay, so we've got 157.5 loaded for Lindsay. She had a bit of an issue on her left side, right side of the screen, just not coming off the floor. I think her setup was maybe a little uneven, or there was an issue for grip. And clearly, yes, clearly just taking a step back to reapproach, make sure your setup's right, and it moves like an opener should. So, you know, you get put in an interesting situation here when you miss the opener, knowing that you have a lot more to go, but having to repeat that opener. She could take a very, a big jump, more than she might normally do between attempts. But, you know, we'll see here. She is sort of close in that battle for the podium in the Masters 1 division for the 70 kilo weight class. And so there could be some jockeying happening. On your left-hand side, platform 3, you see Anne, 65 kilo weight class, 122.5. She's currently in second place. This will tie her with the... Yes, this will tie her on total with Ellen if Ellen matches it right here. So Anne is currently in first place. If Ellen makes this lift, she'll be in first place in the Masters 3 65 kilo weight class. And I think these two ladies are just going to sort of jockey back and forth here. So very good lift there from Lauren on platform 4. So we're watching for Ellen here. Okay, so a bit of a tougher pull. A bit of a tougher pull. If you're if you're supporting Ann, if you're on Ann's team, if you're coaching Ann or handling Ann, you're looking at the pole and thinking, okay, like what amount of weight do we think she can pull? Sorry, a very good lift out of Rachel there. Rachel is 10 kilos ahead of, sorry, 20 kilos ahead of Lauren in the 70 kilo Masters 1 competition. It doesn't look like Lauren is going to try to overtake Rachel at all, so those standings will stay the same. Now, going back to this battle on platform 3 with Ann and Ellen, Ellen took a very tough pull. And so if you're Ann, all you're really thinking about here is what weight can I load to make, Ellen lift too much, right? No matter what, because Ann is in second place, she needs to do a weight that she for sure knows that she can hit. There is no use in taking a weight that doesn't move you into first place. Even if that increment was 2.5, right? She just needs to at least end up in first place at some point. Now, on the LiftingCast, if you're watching at home, both coaches have elected to put down placeholders. So because in powerlifting you're able to move around on the board on your third attempt deadlift, what coaches do is they'll put in a fake attempt to throw off what the competition expects you to do, right? And then at the very end, when it gets closer to the position that they would like to be in, they'll change it back. Now, a lot of this is, just a series of decoys. If you watch a lifter lift, you can have a good gauge on like what they can actually do. So, for example, Ellen took a pretty heavy second attempt, and right now they currently have 12.5 kilos above that, right? Which, it might be, perhaps there's information that I don't know about what Ellen has done in the past. But just considering how hard it was, I wouldn't expect her to be able to jump 12.5 after that. And the same thing with Ann, where they also jumped 12.5. Right now, it's just going to be very dependent on, who makes a decision to choose a number that they can hit, and then how does the other party respond after that. So, again, just to summarize, on platform 3, Ann needs to put in an attempt that she knows she can make so that she can be in first place, and then after that, it's all on Ellen to, respond. Now, moving over to platform 4, we've got Nandi. She's going to end up in second place. It doesn't look like anyone after her is going to look to take her position. And so she will be your second place lifter in the 70 kilo weight class, Masters 3 division. I believe she has gone, if she makes this, she'll go 8 for 9, which, she's had a very, very fantastic day. Fighting for it here, a very nice third deadlift. Yeah, so congrats to Nandi. She's going to finish in second place. Gives a little wave to the crowd. Yeah, she's had a very good day. Got Molly loading up here on platform 3. And Sandy on platform 4 as well. Okay, very good lift on platform 3 by Molly. And Sandy is grinding for this. I think her grip is holding. We'll see if the judges think that's locked out from the shoulders. That's 3 white lights. Very good meat. Very good meat. On platform 4, we've got Deborah coming up. That is your national champion in the 70 kilo weight class, women's Raw Masters 3 division. Only took 2.5 kilos. I think she's coming out here. Oh, okay. She's gonna actually take this. This is this is the powerlifting equivalent of a victory lap. Oh yeah, she's fighting for that, and looks like she's gonna. Oh, just lost it at the end there. All right, so we've got into the end here, the bottom half of this flight. We've got Carrie on platform 3. She's going to take 127.5 kilos. Again, missed her third squat and her third bench. Comes back around and gets her third deadlift. 3 white lights, congrats. I can speak from experience. You can have a tough meet early on, but if you get all your deadlifts, I mean, you're gonna walk away feeling a lot better, and vice versa as well. You can start the meet perfectly, and if you have a bad deadlift session, it just, the way you feel about the meet can completely change. So, all right, things are getting very interesting here. At the end of things, so on platform 3, you're gonna see a lot of jockeying for position. On platform 4, everyone's basically set in, into where they're gonna be. Just gonna, support these ladies, see if they can make it. But on platform 3, Carol is trying to break into 3rd place with this pole, and it doesn't look like she's gonna be able to. Okay, so Anne is going to load up here. 135 kilos. If she hits this number, she will be in 1st place for the time being. Oh. So she's not going to get that, which means without any changes, Ellen will be your 1st place winner, and Lisa and Anne will end up in 2nd place. I think the move there for Anne would have been to take a number that was going to be a lot easier for her to hit, and force Ellen to make her 3rd deadlift. That 2nd deadlift was pretty tough. I can kind of see the logic of trying to just beat Ellen outright and working off the projected number, but like I said earlier, that is a placeholder. I don't believe at any point Ellen was going to take 142.5 kilos that was loaded in LiftingCast. And so, yeah, a bit of the trickery there, the battle, the mental battle. They didn't call Ellen and her team's bluff, and so, Ellen here is going to be your national champion. Yes, very good pull by Ellen. And we've got Lauren on platform 4, trying to close out a very, very good day. Lauren is going to end up in 2nd place in the 70 kg Masters 1 division, but, I mean, a 400-pound pull, this is going to be exciting. She's up and just loses it at the end there. We've got our last deadlift on platform 3, flight B. Lisa's trying to cap her day off. She's fighting for it, Oh, yeah, she fights through it. That's going to give her an 8 for 9 day. Yeah, congrats to Lisa. All right, we got our last pull on flight B, platform 4. Rachel is your national champion in the women's Raw Master 1 70 kilo weight class. This is an American record attempt right here for Rachel as well. £457. She's up. Oh my goodness. Oh, she's gonna get that. Yeah, that is a big lift. Congrats to Rachel. Again, that is your national champion. And that is now a new American record holder. Okay, so we're going to reset the platforms here a little bit. It looks like on platform 3, Susan is electing to let this timer run. Again, as I said earlier, when that sort of thing happens, you're hoping that it's not from any sort of accident or injury that happened during warm-ups. If anything, just to give them more time. We've got D on platform 4. Yes, very, very nice. Very, very nice for D. And Laura on platform 3. Go. Very, very strong lift as well. So on platform 1, if you're watching D lift, she is going to be your national champion now in the women's Raw Master 5 division, 75 kilo weight class. Got 2 more lifts to go, so that those are victory laps. Those are for her to have fun. But I think maybe weird to say, but sometimes your experience matters more than just a national championship, and so she's been having a good day, and she'll continue that for another 2 lifts. Okay, so we just saw blue lights there for Margaret on platform 3. Generally, for blue light on a deadlift is going to be related to, again, like the bar path, but you're also going to watch out for how the bar is interacting with the lifter's thighs and legs. Sometimes it can get a little stuck in that area. Again, mentioning the sort of like friction, but sometimes a lifter, purposefully or inadvertently can support the bar on their thighs or ramp it up. And so, we want to make sure that everything that makes the deadlift move is the actual pull itself, and it's not someone supporting the bar on their thighs. But this is it can be a very simple issue to fix, especially when it's so light. And on that note, Margaret did elect to go up 10 kilos after that initial miss, and so just kind of shows the point.
Oh my goodness, she does. 3 hits.
Okay, we're gonna get Lisa here on platform 4 and Leanne on platform 3. Very nice pull for Lisa and a very nice pull for Leanne. Okay. Maria and Karen on your screen. A very easy pull for Maria. And a nice opener for Karen as well. Okay, so similar to the previous flight, on platform 3, you're going to get a 2-way battle for first place, but it looks like we're going to have a 3-way battle for the second place, really, or sorry, third place. So we've got a cluster of 2 ladies who are competing for first place, and a cluster of 3 ladies competing for third to fifth. And so we're going to get a very exciting end to the meet here on that end. A very nice pull by Gwen on platform 4. We've got Gloria stepping up to the platform here. Gloria taking her time. Very, very smooth. And Tony stepping up to the bar as well. Oh, very nice pull. All right, so these next 2 lifters that you're going to see on platform 3, these are your 2 contenders for the national championship in the Raw Masters 2 75 kilo weight class. We've got Tracy up first. Oh, it's a decent pull. And Maureen on your right side of your screen. Hey, you're going to have to be careful there with Maureen. Yeah, so she gets a yellow card there. When you're deadlifting, you cannot drop the bar at any point. You have to make sure that you stay with the bar all the way to the ground, and trying to keep it controlled to the ground as well. Okay, so very good pull by Sue, and another good pull by Christine. But yeah, to get back to the to the point, Maureen, you want to demonstrate full control of the bar at every single phase, from the moment it's dead until it's dead again on the ground after you've completed the lift, right? And so part of that is bringing the bar to the ground, and in excitement, being hyped, or in that case, for Maureen, it moves so easy. You just kind of get down there, drop it, right? Because you feel so good. It was such an easy lift, but you know the referees at this sort of meet, they're not going to let you get away with that. Okay, so Susan earlier had scratched that opening deadlift. They just come back and take it. I'm gonna assume it was a timing thing. Again, it can be chaotic in the warm-up room, or people just would like a little bit more time to warm up. And so she comes out and does 85 kilos anyways. All right, and that was our final opener on platform 4. Brenda closing us off with a very easy 127.5 kilos. And we've got Laura on platform 3 with 97.5 kilos.
This is an American record attempt for Foster. 85 years young, American record attempt, platform 4.
A very good pull by D. Oh yeah, she's celebrating. She's happy. Like I said, she is your national champion.
85 years young, she just set an American record. Give her a round of applause.
All right, we've got more action here on platform 3, as well as Margaret stepping up on platform 4. So, very nice pull by Margaret. And Christy is having to fight a little bit more with this. But it seems like it'll be 2 good lifts here on our screen. All right, we've got Ann taking a pretty big jump on platform 4, and the same thing for Leanne on platform 3. Yeah, so a bit of a fight there for Leanne. I'm interested to see if that gets a blue card. Okay, that's a good lift. Yeah, sometimes when it gets caught on the thigh there, you just kind of get into a danger zone with how a referee might interpret, the interaction between the bar and the thigh, and whether, a lifter might be ramping or supporting the bar and their thigh. So we've got Maria here and Lisa. Okay, 2 very nice deadlifts. I think Maria particularly does have a lot of room to go up, but it's just going to be a fight to get off the floor. Lisa has been keeping it very steady with these 5 kilo jumps. She's got a lot of room if she wants to, go for a little bit more. Yeah, overall, I think Lisa particularly has rebounded really well. She unfortunately bombed out on squats, but she's made the most of her day after the fact. Okay, so Kelly there. Yeah, so she gets a yellow card. I mean, to be frank, I think she's lucky to not get 2 reds or 3 reds there for dropping the bars. You just really need to be careful about that. I think it was a very forgiving call by the referees there. We've got Gloria on platform 3 coming up. And we've got Maureen as well on platform 4. Now, this is going to be very important for Maureen. Had she gotten her opener, she would be in 2nd position right now, and a lot closer to 1st position. Go. Great lift by Gloria. Go. Good lift by Maureen. Just got to follow it to the ground. Thank you. Yeah, you see that sigh of relief. It's one of those rules that, when you get hit with it, it can be a little disappointing to make that mistake. Because, you've done 99.999% of the work, and then you just get caught on this one stipulation. So that's how powerlifting is sometimes. Got Gwen on platform 4 and Tracy on platform 3. Okay, very nice pull by Gwen. Now this pull is gonna be very important for Tracy. I think she's in a battle with Sue. Sue is both seemingly the stronger deadlifter, and frankly her lifts have moved a lot easier. It looks like Sue is just going to stack Tracy's lifts. So what I mean by that is, you know, if Tracy does 165, Sue is just gonna follow it up with the same number. It keeps Sue in front of her, and if Tracy wants to make moves at any point, it gives Sue all of the range to just, you know, basically take one step and be right in front of her again. So we've got Tony fighting a nice pull there, platform 4. And Sue with a very good pull, platform 3. She's feeling very confident. It's going to be very interesting what decisions are made by Tracy's team here. In the meantime, we're going to watch Christine on platform 4. She's going for 130 kilos. Good, very nice pull. We're going to finish out our second attempt deadlifts here on platform 4. We got Mary and Brenda coming up. And a good job by Susan to finish her day with her last deadlift. Really great job out of Susan today. Yo, and Mary gets her second deadlift, and she is excited for that. To close out our second attempts for this entire session, we've got Brenda. After Brenda's pull, we will be in third on the third and final attempts for this entire session. So you can expect to hear the crowd a little bit more. Everyone's going to be cheering for these ladies. It's been a really good session so far. And Laura goes 3 for 3 on deadlift. Yeah, that's a 9 for 9 day, and I really commend Laura because she had that mishap on her opening squat. I think it's really easy to get frazzled when something like that happens, and something that's out of your control. But rebounding from that, basically taking 10 attempts today, a very commendable performance. And we've got Margaret on platform 3. There you go, yeah. For Margaret, that's functionally a 9 for 9 day. She had that mishap on the opening deadlift, but to still go up after that. And you see there. All right, we've got Christy, platform 3. She's fighting for this. Oh, yeah. Really grinds that out. And Margaret on platform 4. Oh, yeah, she's got a lot of room. Yeah, incredible work out of her. Similar deal to some of the other ladies. Shaky start on squat, but like I said, you go 6 for 6 after that. You can really change all of the feelings you have for the meet just by the way you finish. And speaking of, okay, we've got movement on the board here. So the end right now on your screen on platform 3, going for 145. She's fighting, but she's not going to be able to get it. And Anne-Marie, platform 4. Oh, very easy deadlift attempt. Yes, that's a 9 for 9 for her. Perfect day. She's happy. Okay, so we've got Maria here. If she gets this pull, she'll move into third place for the time being. And Lisa is fighting for 112.5. Yeah, very good job for Lisa. I hope she walks away feeling happy with today. Bombing out on squat is never what anyone plans to do, but being able to turn the day around, get 5 of your next 6 attempts, including all 3 of your deadlifts. That's it's not a bad way to end the day. In fact, that's the ideal way to end the day. Yeah. All right. Kelly gives the bar a pull there for her last, but just a little too much for today. But she's capping off a very nice day as well. All right, we've got Maureen taking 122.5. She's up. Oh wow. Okay, she really grinds for that. Wow. All right, so for the time being, Maureen. Okay, so the referees gave that to her. She's in second place right now. There's 2 others who are going to try to move ahead of her, but for the time being, she's on the podium and in second place. Now, Gloria moves into third place with that pole. Which caps off a really nice performance. Okay, so with our last 2 poles on platform 3, you've got Tracy, who is trailing Sue by 2 kilos. Now, all Tracy needs to do is load something that she knows she can hit, and for lack of a better phrasing, she has to hope that Sue misses. Sue has been doing a lot better during this deadlift session. I think she just has a step on Tracy as far as this specific lift is concerned. We saw in the last flight how it can cost you if you go for too much, try to do too much. For Tracy, the only thing she can do right now is make sure she gets into first place at some point, holds that position, and then hopes that Sue, on the turnaround, essentially misses. She's grinding. Yup. There you go, and she locks it out. Okay, so so she's excited for that, and like I said, there's nothing more you can do when you're competing with someone who has a step on you on deadlift. The only way you can win is to make sure you get yourself in the position, and then anything can happen after that. We've got Tony as well on platform 4. Go, and that's a big pull, and the judges are going to give that to her. But yeah, congrats to Sue. That's the last pull on platform 3 for this session, and she is your national champion. All right, we've got Mary. Mary is currently in first in the Masters 3 75 kilo division. All right, she misses that, but hey, Christine after this is not going to try to overtake her position. So Mary, you are still the national champion. Big congrats to you. I think considering the amount of adversity Mary had, going around the board, especially missing 2 benches, being able to finish as the national champion, that's a really good day. And now Christine as well. And, just a little too much, but these ladies, including Christine, everyone that we just saw the last 5 polls on platform 4, including this last one. These are these are everyone on your podium, and so you're walking here with something competitively, and I hope also just something personally. There you go. I think that's gonna be 3 white lights. All right, so unfortunately, or actually, sorry. Yes, Brenda closed us out there. I want to thank everyone for watching today and tuning in for session 1. If you can, we have a very dear member of the USAPL community who passed away recently. We are going to hold a memorial for Greg Page. If you can, we'd ask that you stick around. Pay some sort of respect again to a very important member of our community. So that will be up shortly. But thank you guys for watching for session 1.
Five-time world champion, 10-time national champion, a coach, a referee, a trainer, a friend, a mentor, a son, a father, and I honestly think his favorite title was grandfather. Greg's achievements on the platform placed him among the very best our sport has ever seen, and his name will forever be etched into the history of USA Powerlifting. But Greg's true greatness extended far beyond competition. What Greg was so special about was the way that he championed others. I'm sure there are so many of you here who have stories that can attest to Greg having the rare ability to see potential in people long before they could see it in themselves. He had the beautiful ability to encourage and challenge people to become stronger, not just as athletes, but as individuals. I personally wouldn't be standing here today if it wasn't for Greg seeing that potential in me. And once you found that belief in yourself, he never stopped supporting you. He always remained a source of guidance and encouragement. He was always willing to listen, always willing to help, and always willing to stand beside those who needed him. Greg was a true pillar of this community for over 30 years. In that time, he served on several committees and as our national meet logistics manager. He more often than not was the first to arrive and the last to leave. not because he had to, but because it was something he genuinely loved. He loved this sport and he wanted the best for every single athlete. He consistently gave his time, his energy, and his heart to this community, and without hesitation every time. Beyond the platform, Greg was a proud son, a devoted father, and a loving grandfather. His family was the absolute greatest source of pride, and his love for them was the very evident by everyone who knew him. He was always showing pictures of his grandson playing football. He loved coaching him. He was always pulling pictures out and showing you where we were at dinners. And the measure of a person's life is not found in titles or records, but in the impact that they leave on others. Greg's legacy is one of leadership, service, compassion, and belief in people. His influence will continue to live on in every athlete he encouraged, every friend that he supported, and every life that he helped strengthen, and through his family. Dominique, can you guys join me up here, please? This is his family. This is his daughter and his grandson. Today, it is my greatest honor to present Greg Page with the Brother Bennett Award. I'll read the plaque so you know what it's normally awarded for. This award is annually presented to the individual who, in the eyes of the members of USA Powerlifting and the National Governing Board, uphold the ideals of the ADFPA founder. A sound mind is a sound body. So this is a little bit historic for us because Greg was awarded this a few years back, and it's never been awarded to the same person twice. And it was unanimously decided by the board that Greg should also deserve it for a second time. So we wanted to be sure to present that to him. So thank you. You can have a seat. All right, so normally we have a moment of silence for people when we miss them. We're gonna do a little something different, because if there's something I know about powerlifters, and we saw it here today, is we are not a quiet bunch. And so I'm gonna ask you that instead of a moment of silence, we've loaded the bar with 606 pounds, which is Greg's greatest pull. And we wanna spend 1 minute celebrating him and championing him, because that's what he did for the rest of us. So if we can get a 1 minute timer on the board, please. Greg Page, your bar is loaded. Let's go. Let's hear it, guys. Let's hear it. Don't stop. Get behind him. Come on. He's got a whole minute. This is his one last minute on the platform. Don't stop. Keep it coming. He's got another 40 seconds. You can do it. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Come on. 30 seconds. Give it all you got. Louder. Come on. This is 606 pounds for Greg Page. 20 seconds. Don't get quiet on me, y'all. Let's go. Get it. 10 seconds. Come on. Let's hear it. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We love you, Greg Page. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. Thank you, family, for coming to celebrate Greg Page, who we love so much. Thank you, everybody who wore pink today to stand behind Greg, who we love so much. And we're going to present the awards. Thank you guys for staying. We appreciate it.